All right, epic based stream. No one's in it yet, I don't think. But YouTube VOD watchers, that's for you. Epic and based. The epic levels are off the charts. The based levels are off the charts. I think I'm going to have a talk with this person. Um, this person. I don't know her. Queen Alexa, owner of the political shit show. She said, we're gonna do like an interview style thing. And then like a Twitch panel. Yeah. It'll be pretty poggy walky, I think. Yeah, but I don't I think I'm just gonna be real chill today. Not taking things too seriously, not trying too hard. Because I want to stream more. I say that like every time. And I am doing better at streaming more. Um, like I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna do a stream with Dev, which I think will be really cool. Dev Perspective or Short Fat Otaku. And he's really cool. I started messaging him on Twitter right after my very first stream with Destiny, and I've just like continued messaging him since then. And he's really insightful. I think that he really does not get enough credit for the level of deep dives and like research content that he does. There's one other guy on YouTube named Ryan Chapman who I've watched like all of his videos, who's also like he's a pretty small channel, but I think he does a somewhat similar thing to Short Fat Otaku. The only difference is that I think Dev slash Short Fat Otaku, um, he does more like topical stuff and then loops it into like greater or like bigger philosophy ideas. Whereas I think or is it Brian or is it David Chapman? One of those in check. He does more like overarching concept stuff, like what is fascism? Ryan Chapman, so I was wrong on both counts. But Ryan Chapman is like I think one of the best YouTube channels currently out there. And like I first saw it when it had like I don't know 10,000 subscribers. It's now at 71,000. It's really impressive. But yeah, Short Fat Otaku does stuff like that sort of. Fine ass knees. Oh, also on Twitter, I was talking with Merrick. I don't know. My goal always is sort of to get to like Amaranth style content because I think that would be sick. If I did like primarily like Amaranth style content, but then mixed it with politics, like that would be great. ASMR. problem with ASMR is that ASMR doesn't do anything for me. So I have like no concept of like what works and what doesn't. And in fact, I have a similar problem with creating trans pornography where I don't get off to trans porn. And so like I don't know what works. And I like really struggle sometimes to be like, why is this hot? Or like why isn't this hot? And I've like developed a pretty good sense, I think, over time, but like still, it's like not a fully articulated sense organ. Should do a hot tub string whilst doing a read of a long Fyodor Dostoevsky's Notes from the Underground. I think reading streams don't do very good. I like reading on my own though. I don't know. I've never gotten into Russian literature. I never had to read it for school as well. Oh, I'm bisexual. And I almost tweeted about this today. Nobody understands bisexuality. Like, nobody can grasp their mind around the fact that, like, some people are attracted to both men and women. Because I have spent the past year experimenting more with women, whereas before then, most of my relationships were with men. And I like this got brought up in like one of my friends' group chats the other night. I saw them. My friend said that I'm an example of like genuine sexual fluidity, where she was saying that my sexuality changed over the past like year or so. And it didn't change. I just also like women. And I don't know. I think it's always been like this. Like I've always liked both men and women. And I've experimented more with women recently, but that doesn't mean that I'm like no longer attracted to guys. My problem though is I think that it's really hard to find good male partners. If you're a young woman, if you're a trans woman, and if you're a woman who posts like nudes online, right? It's like all three of these are factors that make finding long-term male partners more difficult. And so I think like combined, it makes it hard. I guess though, being an older woman makes finding long-term male partners even harder. So maybe not young woman. If you're trying to date men who are your age and you're a young woman, that's what makes finding long-term male partners difficult as a young woman. Because a lot of young guys are just interested in sex and hookups, and they're not really interested in those long-term partnerships. Okay, I there's an announcement. Okay, I'm gonna do this interview. So I just told this person to call me when she is ready. Cool, and she did.
Hey there.
Hello, how's it going?
Doing all right. How about you?
Doing all right. Do you have a are you streaming this?
I am. I do not. I don't stream. I run a show where like I kind of like talk to people and like have like platform shows pretty much for like
Okay.
other content creators to kind of like have content to make. But I mainly wanted to have a conversation with you because there's a lot of things that I've seen while you've been around that I found pretty interesting. So if I ask anything that you find uncomfortable, just like, hey, I want to answer that,
You
we
can
can move on.
ask me. You can ask me anything. Okay.
All right. So start with kind of the basics here. So like, when did you get into politics, and then what kind of brought you to Twitch politics in particular?
I've been into politics for a long time. When I was a kid, I didn't grow up with a lot of money, but my mother was attending college at like the local college, and she was in a philosophy class, and she like hired this kid from the class who was always answering the questions to tutor me in philosophy. And so I just like read a lot of books with that guy. And I think it started my like long time love of trying to find like the right ideas and the ideas that worked best. And so yeah, I started reading Anarchy State and Utopia. I think in retrospect the guy, the tutor, was probably like a libertarian of some sort. And so in like middle school and early high school, because I was like 12, 13 when I first started, being tutored, I read Anarchy State and Utopia and got super into libertarianism. And I've read books from all across the political spectrum, just trying to like A/B test ideas. Like, does this idea make more sense than another one? And what parts of it I think are good or bad? And so, yeah, it's just been a long time fascination.
Okay. And then what brought you to like Twitch poll? What brought your attention to this space? Because it's kind of a small space within Twitch, but what led you to here?
I think I discovered Destiny first, years ago. And when I discovered Destiny, I was also like much more left leaning than I am now. And so, like I said, as a teenager, I did like the classic teenager thing of like trying on all sorts of political hats just to figure out like, oh, this idea is slightly better than this one, so now I'm going to adopt it. And at the time that I discovered Destiny, I was very much like a more lefterly person. And I think discovering him, he introduced me to a lot more ideas and really forced me to recontextualize some of my more socialist leanings. And that was really amazing to me, in part just because it was from such an unlikely source. Like, Destiny was this like gamer bro who said homophobic slurs sometimes. And yet he was like occasionally coming up with these challenges to my worldview. And so that fascinated me. And I've enjoyed following the space ever since then. I think it's a good mixture of like genuine insights occasionally and then a lot of just like soap opera drama, which is fun.
Right, yeah, because it's mainly read by blood, sports, and drama, which we all take part
Which
in
is
a lot of those things.
entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. AKA why I call my show the political shit show. You know? But so that's kind of what leads into it is so you've come into this space and being one of the very people who are trans within space and also what you call yourself is on the right.
Hmm.
Uh, what what kind of experience have you gotten from the trans community on Twitch poll and really the online space as someone who is on the right? Do you feel like you're treated differently? Do you feel like you have been separated by any way or all that?
I I found most people to be pretty welcoming. And I think a big part of that is just because I'm like so small. So like I can talk to Vosh and be friendly with Vosh. And the reason Vosh is friendly with me is because he doesn't believe that I'm gonna make like a big impact or that I'm like converting people over to the right. He doesn't believe that I'm like dangerous. So when I talk to a lot of like left leaning people, I think I'm able to be really friendly with them because neither of us is being like super serious about things. Like neither of us are trying to like propagandize or like win the culture war. Like we're all just having interesting conversations. Or if they're propagandizing and trying to win the culture war, I'm not really trying to do that. And so it's not like we're not really competing in the space that they really have a great deal of emotional investment into. So I think that it's not been like too hard, and most people have been pretty nice.
Okay. Well, that's always it's always interesting because people like kind of have like different experiences within the space because we're all kind of different people and do it differently. So I'm kind of looking into certain parts. So what age did you kind of like start to realize that you were trans, and then like would lead into when you would transition?
I, as a young lad, I was browsing the internet, the dark corners of the internet, and I discovered a website called 4chan.
Oh no.
Yeah, when I was about 14 years old, and I discovered this trans woman on there called Bailey J, and it blew my mind because I didn't realize you could actually transition like successfully. I knew about trans people, but my interpretation of trans people was like Buffalo Bill or like weird cross dressers. And so I didn't like experiment with porn until I was like quite a late bloomer in that sense. So I also didn't really see like pornography of trans people until I just like saw her on 4chan. And so she blew my mind. And then I started Googling about trans people. I came across this study on trans people and dysphoria over time. And I decided that my dysphoria was probably going to get worse. And so the best time to transition was now. And so like within a month, I like came out to my mother and like pushed very aggressively to start hormones. And that was kind of my process.
What was your family's reaction to it? Because we often hear about really bad stories on a pretty common basis with people who come out. What was your family's reaction to it?
They were pretty good. My mother was at the time dating this like very conservative Jamaican man, and she was very concerned about what him and his friends would think of me if I transitioned. And so I think that was like the only major barrier to transition. I was like debating with my mother, and I spent so many nights like just trying to like logic her into letting me take hormones. And she eventually allowed me to after like a particularly emotional night when I like broke down and I cried. And she saw how important it was to me that we at least try this. And so growing up in rural America, the closest endocrinologist to us within our state that would take our insurance was 6 hours away. And so we went on like a family road trip all the way up to North Colorado to Denver and met with this endocrinologist. And it took a few months, but I was able to start medically transitioning.
That's awesome. It's always nice to hear when it's like a horror story because actually most people who are like trans, it's like a fucking horror story for most people.
It wasn't too bad. My mother's pretty like Trumpy, but she's like very
Mhm.
trans positive. Um, and both my parents are very trans positive. So,
That's really cool. That's correct. Always refreshing to hear.
mhm.
So it seems like very often within the space, or really within the world, when people think of like trans Republicans, it's Blair White, right? It's probably someone that you hear all the time. What is like your thoughts of someone like her compared to what average people usually think of on the left?
I don't really follow Blair White too much. I will say that like I don't identify as a Republican, and so when I say that like I'm on the right, I a lot of times people will try to like pin Republican policies or values on me. And that's kind of frustrating because I think that like my politics are just so weird in a way. They don't really fit into any like mainstream political camp. And so I don't know. I don't feel a lot of like reason to try to like defend those sorts of policies. I also don't know like that much about if Blair White does that. I think I've seen like a few of her videos. I know she got in trouble because she like messed up a few facts in a video about a trans weightlifter, I think.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, and so that was pretty bad for her. I think that like the longer you're in the politics space and in the online political space, more chance you'll have to like accumulate L's. And it's inevitable that like eventually you'll just get things wrong, like horrifically and in embarrassing ways. And I've gotten things wrong or I've like said things poorly before. And so like I'm empathetic to that. I think that like the best thing you can do is just like be like, oh, I messed up. And I don't think she did that, which I think is a little bit tragic. But like the second best thing you can do is just like ignore it, move on, and try to be better in the future. And I think that's kind of where she's going with that. So I think that's respectable, but I don't know too much about her.
Also, you can never be wrong in this space. Being wrong in this space is a fucking, they'll put you, they'll come after you. You know, you can't be wrong. You have to always be correct. You know,
But of course, like the human thing is to be wrong. And so, like, I think the most successful people in this space are people who, like, have learned how to be wrong effectively. So, like, I think Destiny and Vosh are two people who are, like, good at being wrong in that they have, like, a good way of, like, self critiquing and changing their positions. And, both of these people would say that, like, that is not at all true of the opposite person. But I think that if you're, like, honest with yourself, you can look at, like, things that each side did to, like, sort of, at the very least, like, adjust their approach to stuff that made them more palatable to the broader public.
so you said that you don't really represent yourself as a Republican, but someone who is somewhere leaning right. What are some
Mhm.
of your like policy prescriptions that kind of make you more of a right leaning person within politics?
Yeah, I think being right is like a funny thing. I think it's a little bit like being a Gentile, where like there's a lot of different ways to be right leaning, and a lot of the different ways to be right leaning are very different from each other. So the kind of the model that I like for understanding politics is like a bullseye. And at the center of the bullseye, you have like very far left wing politics. And as you move out from the bullseye, you get more right leaning, but the different right leaning political beliefs are not necessarily similar. And so I think that like you might have libertarianism on one end of the bullseye and like fascism on the other side of the bullseye. And they're both anti progressive, but they're not very similar to each other. And so, like, I've been reading a lot into Jonathan Haidt's moral matrices and his way of understanding politics from the like fundamental moral axioms that people have. And so I would say that like my political philosophy is very much defined by like a an appreciation for like the authority moral principle as well as like a fairness principle, whereas liberals are like very invested in like care harm and liberty oppression principles. And so I think that like when I say that I'm right leaning, what I really mean is that I'm like anti progressive. The politics and the views that progressives have are not very are just like totally unrepresentative of the ones that I have.
Yeah, I understand better now. So that's why I want to have this conversation. Now I can understand you better now, and then
Mhm.
maybe other people can as well. So it's like, how do you feel about like the like you said you're like anti-progressive. So with like how the social climate is changing, particularly with America, we're seeing uprising shootings again. We just had shootings, yesterday. School shootings are going back up. We're seeing like more and more political divide. We've even had, as you had mentioned before, Bosch, who is like openly advocated for if they're in, shoot them from out your window and stuff like that. Do you think that like we're heading into like a really bad path as far as like an actual society where like one side is advocating for the death of another and the other same, from all these shooters being on the alt right and some of these other people being on the far left? Where do you think that like the country's going?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that like if I had like a silver bullet prediction, I would probably I think I would make like a lot of money off of it. In the various ways that you can engage in betting markets. So I don't know if I have like a good prediction for the future. I think it's concerning that we have so much political division. Um, I also think it's like somewhat inevitable because the way that our politics and our political system is structured has led to like lower and lower time horizons where the various political camps are really concerned about the next like 2 to 4 years. And they're not concerned about the next 20, 30, 40 years because, you know, partly because they're old and like, they're just not going to be around to like reap the benefits from that. But also because like both sides just want to like exploit as much from the system as possible before they're removed from office or in order to reward their supporters before they're removed from office, which I think is scary. And like one of the ways that's reflected is in just the increased spending. The government, spends more and more money, and spending is, going up with both Republicans and Democrats. And so I think that really, when you analyze like how effective a society is, you really care a lot about the long-term time horizons or like the time orientation of that society. So if people are really concerned about the future, the next 20, 30, 40 years, they're able to build towards that. And I don't really see that in our culture. And I think that's scary. On the other hand, I think that like to some extent, the claims about like violence are maybe a little bit overblown. I think that we've seen like a precipitous downfall in violent crime in the past, half century. And so we're certainly not living in the worst of times, but the fact that so many people believe that the current climate is like crisis is maybe a testament to the fact that like things are really not good, at least socially, if people are able to be convinced that things are so bad, despite, maybe more objective measures showing improvements.
Do you think there's anything that can kind of, because like I seem to see the same thing where people are also like America's doomed and stuff like that. Do you think there's anything that can really sway people back to kind of feel like America can really come back to what most people feel it used to be, or like what it could be or what it can be?
I think so. I think that like one problem is that America lost a lot of self-confidence geopolitically, where we saw the rise of these foreign powers like China, before then Japan, um, and also people were very scared of Russia, and maybe a little bit less so after we've seen like just how much they've struggled to, you know, win what everyone thought would be an easy war for them. And they probably still are going to succeed in that arena, but over a much longer time scale and with a lot more effort than people expected. And so I think that with China, we'll probably see a similar thing in Taiwan. China really has like a very has quite the closing gap, the window of time in which it could potentially take Taiwan by military force. And as that gap closes and China faces like demographic collapse as well as like a host of social issues, maybe we could go into those, but as they face all of these social issues, they're going to be a lot less able to take Taiwan. And so I think that that combined with seeing Russia really fail to easily take over Ukraine is going to give the United States a lot more confidence. And people on both the right and the left have lost confidence in the United States' ability to be a world hegemon, despite the fact that we are like objectively the most powerful country by, leagues and leagues, by like insurmountable levels. People have lost confidence. And so everyone's looking for these radical solutions. But as we see like failures accumulate in other countries, as these countries I think are revealed to be kind of paper tigers, I think we will see a lot of normalization of politics.
Okay.
Also, I suspect that like the very progressive people, like the critical race theory people, like the gender ideologues and stuff, these movements are very unusual historically. Um, you've never seen something like the modern trans movement in human history. And I think that's a good indication that it's probably temporary and will return to like a more kind of baseline normality with things in the future. And so as those social issues return maybe to like a less crazy level, you'll also probably see like a flourishing of the United States.
Um, so there was something that happened when we were seeing a wave of the amount of people who were getting banned suspended off Twitch. You happen to be one of those people who, if I remember, it was a week, was it, suspension
No, I just
off
got
of Twitch?
suspended for 1 day.
Oh, it was 1 day, right? And it was for a YouTube stream.
It was for being too attractive. That was the problem.
Do
It's because
you
I
think
wore
that?
like a bikini on the stream.
Okay, so do you think Twitch has become too strict? Like we've seen Destiny gone now. We see Mr. Girl gone. We saw Vosh who came back after being banned, and many other content creators who have now been completely banned for good off of this platform. Do you think that Twitch is a safe place to have politics anymore?
I think the problem with Twitch is not that they're too strict, but that their rules are very vague. And so if you have very strict rules, but they're very formalized, people can negotiate around that. But as long as you have vague rules, there's going to be chaos and uncertainty, and people are going to get banned when they otherwise wouldn't. And so I think that like the best thing Twitch could do is like really formalize their rules. As long as their rules are basically vague and allow them to do whatever they want, I think there's going to be a hampering on how good of a place it can be for discussing politics. I think on the other side of that is there's so much capital in Twitch. So with like the Amazon acquisition and Prime subs and everything, it's a very attractive platform still. And just the existing very large user base. So I think that like, you know, both of these factors sort of compete with each other. And on one hand, there's like negatives with it, which is the rules being very vague. And on the other hand, I think that like a lot of people still want to participate on Twitch just because it's got so many users and so much money in it.
So you still believe that like if they change certain things that like Twitch politics could still survive within Twitch as itself?
Oh yeah, I mean I think Twitch politics will continue to survive because everyone like wants to be political all the time. And banning like any political discussion is like would be very hard to do. The current Twitch politics like meta or like group of people that you have, I think is going to survive under the current climate. But I don't know. I mean, it's like it's going to be hard. There are problems with it, but I think it's going to survive as long as there's like money in it, and so people are still going to try to like skirt the rules and whatnot.
Okay. So while we're talking about Twitch poll, how long have you been in this space? How long have you been streaming politics within this kind of circle?
Not very long, a few months, but I don't stream very frequently.
Right. So within this few months, how do you feel about like you had mentioned before when you first came in here about that you enjoy the drama and stuff like that? Do you think that the current meta of Twitch poll being about blood sports and drama and stuff like that is something that can be sustainable for even longer than it already has been, or do you think that it has to change
I
at
think
some
the
point?
problem is that it like chews people up. So like very few people can actually deal with the psychological pressure of crazy drama all the time. So I think that's a problem. But on the other hand, I think you're always seeing people entering into the space. And so like as a broader like super organism, superstructure, I think Twitch politics will continue, but you'll probably just see like a rotating cast of faces.
Yeah, that's definitely what it seems. I've been in this space for going close to 4 years now. And it definitely seems that like we get like around the people and only a few stay. You've been one of the people, or the few who have stayed
Hmm.
as of recent. Um, so one thing that a lot of people that we found that have come to this platform, now it's not curious, is that there is a subsect within people within kind of the politics space that lean on the far right to groypers to neo Nazis. Do you have any interest to ever having conversations with these people, such as from like Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer, any of them ever really interacting with that kind of space? Or is it something you kind of want to steer clear from?
I think it would be interesting to talk to them. I think these movements have a lot of fundamental problems. Um, so as far as like an actual political project, I don't know if I have a lot of confidence in their long-term staying power. I mean, like, I don't know. I think that they'd be interesting to talk to. But as far as like associating or endorsing these sorts of political positions, I just don't have a lot of confidence in their success. And so, or even like I don't really have like a big aligning of values either. And so I don't know about like making friends or being like super, invested in them, but having conversations is cool.
So you're a person that kind of holds the value that you're willing to have conversations with anyone, regardless of their political beliefs or leanings.
Yeah, I would say so.
I always like that. We need more people like that. Too many are like, oh, I don't like them because we disagree on this one thing. It's really fucking annoying. But so you've been seeing a lot on like Destiny's platform, dude, and the Hippy Dippy. Who are some of the people that you kind of found to be more friendly or have even become friends on this platform in your short time? People that you're like you trust a little bit more than others. Who are like some of the people you like most?
I'm a big fan of Short Fat Otaku, Devtrospective. He's more on YouTube, but like we've done some like Twitch conversations before, and I think he's really fun. Um, I don't know, I'm friendly with everybody, frankly, and of conversations that I've had, I've also really enjoyed conversations with Vosh. I wouldn't say that like we're friends like in a personal sense. Like we don't hang out or like DM or play video games. But I think he's like one of the more interesting people to talk to. In part just because his message resonates with so many people, and that's always fascinating to unpack. And also because we disagree so much, and so there's a lot of material to cover and dive into.
This was something I don't know if you ever saw this, but I know it was tweeted out. So during a show of mine, someone had came on and had brought up your Twitter and about how when looking at your Twitter, they had saw something that they were distraught about things that you had posted about certain areas of your body. Um, like, do you find it funny how people will react in certain ways about like certain things that you post and
Is this like
like
the Rose something girl, Rose Mullet girl you're talking about?
so no, it was Brittany from Politically Broke pre before
Oh,
she got banned on Twitch. She had hopped onto my stream. It was like I saw Dash's dick.
that's
Everyone was
very
like, "What the
funny.
fuck?"
I don't know what she expected because my Twitter says like NSFW in like letters at the top of it. And like I post pornography. That's like a main job. So like I don't know if you know like the what is it called? Like the Arrested Development gif where he like looks in the bag and he's like, I don't know what I expected. That's kind of how I feel. Like I don't know what you expected there.
So you said that that's what I didn't know. So you say you work in the porn industry.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Did you say that you work in the porn industry?
Yeah, that's like my main source of income.
Oh, okay. That's it. Could you tell me more about that? Kind of like how you got into that and stuff like that?
When I was 18 years old, I thought, wow, I think I look really attractive, but no one is able to look at me and appreciate that. And so I had this kind of like exhibitionist streak, and I started posting pictures of myself online, and I got like a lot of positive feedback. And I think I've been like very privileged to be able to generate a lot of revenue off of that. And so like as long as I'm able to generate revenue from that, I think it would be not wise to not exploit that. And so, yeah, I've been posting photographs of myself for like 3 years, almost four. I guess it'll be in like October. And yeah, I think it's like a very chill space. It's like the most bullshit job ever because it requires like such little effort on my part, and yet is able to pay the bills. And so I think it's a pretty sweet deal.
All power to you. I can't judge. I've done 3 pornos, so but
3 pornos.
yeah, I'm not in the business. It was offered to me because I'm a wrestler, and
Mm.
this guy it came into the locker room. It was like, I need a person for this, and I was like, fuck it, it's money.
Yeah.
So, like, so without having like, what kind of money does it generate? Like, you don't have to give like an exact number, but what's like a ballpark number? What you generate per month from just doing that alone?
It's usually probably like I'd say like 10K or above. So like sometimes it's like 10K, but it goes I would say between like 10 and 14K per month is like a typical income.
And what do you make off Twitch?
I don't make anything off of Twitch because I
You
it's
don't
not
make any money.
monetized. Yeah.
Okay,
Although
so
I
you
do
make
make money from people being like driven to my Twitter. And so that would be like the main reason I stream.
okay. So you mainly do you do this for fun for the most part, or are you trying to make it where this makes where you can make money?
I'd like to monetize it. Yeah. I think the problem is like I prefer to multi-stream. So like I can't really partner or become an affiliate on Twitch. And I'd prefer to make money on YouTube and then still be able to multi-stream and then also to like just direct people to my Twitter and my OnlyFans. And so that's kind of the business model right now.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. So what are some of like so we all kind of have like topics we enjoy kind of talking about. What are some of the topics that you find the most enjoyable to kind of debate and have conversations about? Like something like you get kind of more excited to talk about these and others.
I'm very interested in like structural questions. So a lot of like individual policy prescriptions I'm not like that interested in because I think that like ideally you should be able to test, like stress test policies and figure out just which are the best objectively. And I think that like the ability to do that is something that depends really on like the structure of things. So like abortion's one of these things where I think that like banning or allowing abortion is something that should be allowed or not allowed on a community level. And people should be able to like move between communities depending on what kind of governmental and ethical structure they want to live under. And so I prefer that kind of like choice model for politics where people can really like vote with where they live over, mandating like everyone should do this. Because I think that in the long term, that kind of model is what forces governments to develop like effective policies. And so sometimes I get into these like debates with people about like abortion. And personally, if I were like dictator of a state, I would allow people to get abortions. But like I would also allow different communities within my state to make different decisions so that people can like move to them if that's what they prefer. And if those societies on the long term that ban abortion end up doing better, then like all the better for them and they'll collect more residents, more people will move to them, they'll get bigger and more successful. And I think that that's, it's very much this kind of like competition model of government that I find interesting.
So, and I want you to answer this honestly,
Uh-huh.
because no matter how long someone's in this space, there's always those people that we none of us really like. In this time that you've been on this space, who are some people you're like, fuck, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. Like, there's got to be those people.
I gotta roast my own side a little bit. A lot of the righties on Twitch are fucking annoying to talk to.
Yeah.
Like, I was on a panel with like Rob Noor and Alex Stein, and it was just like a shit show because Rob Noor kept saying this like dumb meme like over and over again. And like we weren't having an interesting conversation.
But he's a trans ally, let's be fair.
Yeah, and it was like I just wanted to like move on or like have an interesting conversation. And I know that Rob Noor is capable of that. So I don't know why he like insisted on just like memeing. And I think that like a lot of times right leaning people in this space are just like crazy or like you get on panels with them and then you end up playing like defense for them the entire time or like you'll make an interesting point and then it just gets like totally eroded by them saying some stupid shit and then all the lefties want to like gang up and talk about that stupid thing that was just said rather than actually contend with the real and interesting critiques of their position because it's easier to like gang up on the stupid shit. And so a lot of times that just drags like the quality of discussion down. And to an extent that's entertaining for people, but it's less fun to engage in if you're in it.
So, That's on one thing. So with CTV recently leaving, deleting his Discord, deleting his Twitter, and
Did
pretty much
he
saying,
did he
"Fuck."
leave? I didn't know that.
Yes, yeah, I actually, I do, I can confirm this. I had a conversation with him. He has deleted his Discord, he deleted his Twitter, and he said that he is going to step away for a while. What that means, find out. So, with the amount of righties who really don't seem to last on this platform, there doesn't seem to be a lot of them left at this point. We have only a pretty small handful. Do you think at some point that they're just going to be like next to zero because there's already so very few of them that are like willing to even have conversations?
Yeah, I mean to an extent. I also think like the more there are lefties on Twitch politics and the less that they engage with criticism and people who are going to debate them, the kind of like more ripe the space is for right-leaning people to come in and really dominate conversations. I think just because that like the longer an idea goes without being challenged, the easier it is to like insert yourself in the space and really succeed in arguments against it. So I think that like it is like self-balancing to an extent where like the more of an echo chamber it becomes, the more sort of like ripe it becomes for criticism. And I think we saw this on like the skeptosphere on in YouTube back in like 2016. You had people like ContraPoints like coming up out of the woodwork who were able to just like really destroy and critique these like sort of ancillary channels that were just making terrible arguments, and it was like bottom of the barrel stuff, but it got popular because no one was able to challenge it, no one existed to challenge it. So I think you like sort of see this pendulum swing, and it's very left leaning, but I think that we're probably going to see more people coming in to challenge it, and they may not all be on Twitch, but I think that there's still like good candidates for challenging it. For example, like Counterpoints is one of these people. I think is generally like I don't always agree with them, but he's usually pretty reasonable and willing to have conversations. And I think that the fewer right-leaning people there are, sort of the more of the audience you can capture, the less you are competing for a right-leaning audience with people, and also the more you're able to break down really bad arguments that show up. So I think it's self-balancing in a way.
Do you think at some point that if there's like a even less amount of right, at some point there'll be more that will come, kind of generate itself through?
I think so, because like if you're a right-leaning person, you could also just like not talk to anyone, um, and just like engage with your own community, and like you don't have to like do like 1v6 things, right? Or you could just do like 1v1 debates. I think the problem is not so much like the number of like right leaning people. I think maybe a bigger problem is like Twitch as a platform itself. If Twitch as a platform itself decides that it wants to really promote left leaning politics and really crack down on like right leaning politics, I think that's the only thing that could like stamp out right leaning voices. So like, if Twitch is like, we're not going to allow anything that challenges like the trans rights narrative. We're going to ban anyone who does that. I think that would probably prevent right wing people from being on the platform. But just like the relative quantity of people, like if a bunch of righties quit, I don't think that's going to necessarily cause it.
Okay. What do you think has led to like people who used to be very respected debaters, such as Rob Noor and stuff, kind of just seem to go off the deep end almost from like saying making this meme to then going on like 5 hour Twitter rant, not really willing to make arguments anymore and more just make really absurd statements and never really back them up. What do you think led kind of some of these people who were willing to talk to just shut the fuck down, just like no longer don't care?
Um, there's this interesting phenomenon in social and political psychology where the more educated people become, the more educated partisans become specifically, the less or the more resistant they are to like facts. So if you teach like if you have a very partisan Republican and you expose them like a great deal of facts on a matter, what they do is they end up equipping themselves better to, reject the left wing narrative, even if the left wing narrative happens to be true in that particular case. and vice versa for the left wing. So I think that sometimes, like, to an extent, if you just engage in this kind of like partisanship where you're constantly searching for like the right wing justification and your audience expects that from you, it causes you to like, take increasingly extreme positions. And I think that like we're sort of seeing that with Vosh right now, where he's taking like very extreme positions on like trans genocide rhetoric that don't really make sense. And we're not really seeing that with Destiny. And Destiny is like, he's not really like, he says he's like a SOCDEM, but like I think that like if you show Destiny like a very convincing argument for, a different political worldview, I think you would shift over. And I think it's because that like Destiny has a very peculiar way of approaching politics and problems that is very unusual, but also makes him like very unusually suited to lasting in the space over a long time without becoming like a partisan hack. And that's very rare, but very valuable.
So you talked about Bosch, about his like with some of his recent, I would say, controversy. There have been people who have like actually said that Bosch should be arrested for what he said, that what he said is illegal and stuff like that. What's like your general feelings about a lot of things that he has said, from the shoot him out from the window, Arma, and stuff like that? Kind of your overall like what you feel about that.
I mean, it reminds me of like Tim Pool. Like Tim Pool says the same thing where he's like, listen, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but like revolution might be coming, like the succession might be coming, the national divorce. Like we need to be like really concerned about it. I don't think you should be like arrested for that unless like someone can prove like a very direct line. Like if if there's like a very direct proof of someone writing like, you know, I don't even know what would quantify, but like you would need very strong evidence to prove that he's causing actual damage before I think that like he should face structural, pushback. And I'm very much like a free speech absolutist in this way, where I think that like it's important that Vosh is able to talk publicly and also be like challenged publicly by people. And so I think his rhetoric is not, crossing the line into like illegality. I just think it's stupid.
When do you think rhetoric does that? Like how far is too far for you as far as like with language?
I think when there's like a direct evidence of it getting people hurt. So if you could show, people in like Vosh's Discord who are big followers of Vosh and they're writing about like, Vosh is like talking to me and they're not just like crazy, but Vosh is like actually directly like telling them to go out and kill people. I think that's when you can like legitimately prosecute them. So it can't just be that like, oh, they consumed Vosh content and they wrote like a manifesto about how like Vosh caused them to do this. There has to be like some evidence of, if Vosh were like telling people or like telling this person that like, yeah, I think it's a good idea, or they were telling people to tell this person this, maybe then you would get to the point where it's like, genuinely harmful. But until you get to like that very high bar, I think that people should be able to speak about their ideas.
I can understand that one. So you've said that like you've had when you had conversations with Rob that you felt like it was more like it was frustrating for how it was like telling how you acted and stuff like that. What's kind of like your hope for the future of the people who are regularly on Twitchful? Not really within society, but on Twitchful. What's kind of like the hope that you would like to see and like some changes you would like to see within it?
I don't know. I mean, I think again, I think it's like so structural because I'm not sure if individuals can really like change a lot. I think it'd be really interesting if there was more right-leaning people who were like very serious about their ideas and people who could really like debate and dig into issues with. I think that would be really cool. Um, so I would love if we saw like more, I don't know, more like intellectual right-leaning people getting on Twitch. I think that would be cool. A lot of times some of the more interesting like controversial political thinkers, they're not really like involved in that space, so I think that would be cool.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think that's really about the amount of questions that I think I really had for it, and I really appreciate it. We have my show starts in 13 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna talk soon. It's gonna be like a panel, right?
Yeah, we have a panel. Yeah, we have quite a few people showing more than I had thought would, but I've done bigger. Uh,
How many people are there?
I by somewhere around the 10.
10 people. God damn.
Yeah, I did a 27-person panel one time, but that's a whole other.
Yeah, that sounds brutal. How long do they
Yeah.
usually last for?
This one I usually try to do each topic for an hour. Sometimes they go for like an hour and a half for each topic. So there's two topics, so this will be like 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Okay, cool. That's very reasonable. Hour and a half. Um, yeah, I'll look forward to it.
Yeah,
I'll let you
yeah,
get to the
it'll be great.
planning.
Yeah, it'll be great to finally have you on because, like I said, I've been meaning to reach out to you for a bit. So it'll be great to finally have you on. It's always nice to have new faces.
For sure. I think it'll be fun. We'll do it with Hangout with Meme. It'll be great.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you. This was super fun. Thank you for letting me question you about the things I was wondering about.
Yeah, of course. It was fun.
All right. All right. See you in about 10.
All right, sounds good.
Peace.
Okay, chat. I saw lots of spicy things being said in the chat while I was not paying attention, or I was only half paying attention. Like, Dem Clock says Taft pretends that the pendulum swing wasn't literally a few leftist channels on YouTube, as opposed to the cultural zeitgeist, which is predominantly right leaning, which is insane because the cultural zeitgeist is like very far left and it's been far left since like a long time, decades and decades, maybe like arguably since like the founding of the American Republic, has just been on this like leftward trajectory. Like billionaires who are like very socially liberal. It's not absurd at all. Look at like every major corporation that's like engages in Pride Month stuff and like gives, you know, gives air to like leftist causes and markets with them. Or like every corporate HR department, or like almost every university that is like incredibly left leaning. It does make them left because they move left over time. So like all these institutions have continually moved left for, frankly, since like the past 600 years. They've continually moved left. And that's going to continue into the future. So there's no economic dimension to your definition at all. I think it's a values dimension. But these corporations are interested in like redistributing wealth, and they're, rather than redistributing wealth to like, an economic class, they're interested in redistributing wealth via policies like affirmative action. Um, Colleges are famous for this, but also a lot of corporations engage in this as well, and they engage in really active diversity hiring processes. So they're not interested in like what's purely economically efficient. They're interested in pushing like a social agenda. Yeah, I've had conservatives like on Twitch flirt with me. Like I've been on panels with people who are like very conservative and they don't realize I'm trans and they flirt with me. So like yeah, you say Yes, they are. The only reason they've adopted the social agenda is because it's economically viable for them to do now. No, the reason they have these social agendas is because there are people within companies who care about advancing the social agenda. So, like, you'll see documents from, like Disney, where you have these Zoom meetings between executives and company employees, and they say, our goal is to, include this amount of diversity within the company and within the media that it produces. And it's not attached to like a specific, you know, like number target. It's attached to just like, advancing belief systems that the people within the companies believe in. Like, here's the other way to think about it is that is that universities and colleges and the education system is very left leaning. And so the people who enter into companies tend to be educated, and the people who are in high positions of power in these companies tend to be educated in the most elite universities, which are also the most left leaning. And so, baked into all of this belief system is ideas that are very progressive. And so, where they can influence companies to achieve their personal goals, they will do so. I think that the reason, though, ultimately, that like the business sector is so left leaning, and it's not all business sectors. So, like, certain companies, like media companies, tend to be like more left leaning than like heavy metals industries, or like it's like a term for this, but so it depends on where you are in the private market. But yeah, there's like a lot of very left leaning people, like you know Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, and he's a more liberal type person, and he's interested in having his politics be reflected in the news media that is produced. Like colleges engage in like extreme, or here's another thing, like in California, there's like a big push to re-allow affirmative action. And all these corporations and colleges were very much in favor of it, despite the fact that the majority of Californians were not. And, if it were this like purely economically motivated thing, you would expect these businesses to not care because affirmative action is like bad for market efficiency, because what you're doing ultimately is hiring people not based on like their actual delivery to the company, but based on fulfilling like an ideological goal. You're conflating companies having progressive workers with companies being progressive. So here's the thing: if you have progressive workers who have influence in the company and cause it to lean left, it's going to act in a progressive way. You also see in the progressive policies that Americans care about most are not like traditional communist policies that would require redistribution of wealth from billionaires to like working class people. They're in like arcane and Byzantine sort of mechanisms of social progress, or, rewarding minority groups with special benefits. So, like, Biden implemented a policy that gave money to black farmers just because, of their skin color. And so, the only like on the books laws that are discriminatory by race are in favor of minority people. And they exist because you have these powerful people that are kind of using race and other minority status as like a proxy for class. And even though it's not a one-to-one, it is like a kind of redistribution that emulates redistribution you saw in other socialist and communist societies. But yeah, America's good, but the problem with America is that it's too left wing. And the American university system propagates the greatest bulk of leftist academia in the world and advances left wing belief systems. That's the problem with America. The one thing that Vosh and Destiny do that make them so good is that they teach their chat, start from the ground up, and show dumb clock why he thinks what he thinks. I don't know what you mean by hasn't led to leftist policies. What do you think the entire history of politics has been? Like, do you think the American Revolution, though is like pro-democracy, was a left-wing movement or a right-wing movement away from monarchy? Do you think that like the civil rights movement, slavery, Jim Crow, do you think that the laws which allowed gay marriage, et cetera, and et cetera, do you think that like progressive taxes, do you think that like this, advancements in like government funded healthcare and etc. Do you think these things are like right wing or left wing? Like we've just seen like more and more left wing shifts, and not all of them are bad, to be clear. So like some are probably efficient, and some are inefficient. And so I just think that we have to acknowledge that like there has been a left wing shift continually, and progressives have always won. Do I think these things were won by corporations? No. It's too left leaning. So, like, the big left leaning ways that it's too left leaning right now are in trans things. Like, so many corporations just like blindly support like trans rights activism when it's stupid and doesn't make any sense. And the other way is with like racial policies that also are stupid and don't make any sense. So, like, I just think that there's, when I say this, they're very pro trans, and a lot of times, transition is like not always the best thing for people. And I don't think that trans people always need to be like supported into transition, or I don't think like everyone needs to be supported into transitioning. And I think that racial policies like affirmative action would be an example of this, which is just horrible. It's like so anti meritocratic. But yeah, all these companies are very left leaning. Whoa, hi Dev. So many Vashite fans. It's wild. I mean, I gave you examples. Democlock doesn't believe that affirmative action exists. And colleges are not these far left ends of communism. They're a key pillar upholding the liberal capitalist order. That is taught is liberal capitalist information. The vast majority of professors, etc., are of that ideology. Certainly, there's an allowance for some radicalism here and there. College professors are very left leaning. Yeah, affirmative action is intensely anti meritocratic. You're hiring people for, or inducting people into college, not because of their skills, but because of the color of their skin, which is horrible. You shouldn't ever bias in favor of people because of the color of their skin. But there's also, like, within colleges, there's an incredible culture of silence for right wing beliefs as well. A lot of college students report not feeling comfortable to express their opinions or to challenge the progressive narrative. which everyone knows this is the case if you've participated in college. So you don't even necessarily need to like read the literature or hear the accounts from people. But it's a massive chilling on free speech and intellectual development. You have these political positions that are being propagated with no real challenge. How can you have a true meritocratic society when certain communities are starting off at a huge disadvantage? Well, by not coddling those communities and encouraging dependency on the government, which prevents them from growing. That would be a start. You have very poor understanding of the reason for affirmative action if you have this position, Taftaj. It wasn't just about letting people in for the color of their skin. That is literally what it is, though. Like, that is literally what happens in colleges, is people have a better chance of getting in if they have a certain skin color, even if they have lower scores on tests, which is not an effective way, it turns out, of closing the wealth gap. Like, if you look at consumer, we got to do this panel, but I'd love to talk about this more. Consumer spending habits between racial groups, the gap widens as groups become more educated. It doesn't shrink. That's true. White women benefit a lot from affirmative action. They're not locked out of the higher education. And minority groups are actively encouraged to have more access to higher education than their, non-minority counterparts. And yet, it's a horrible solution to actually fixing problems long term. The alternative is you don't bias towards people because of their skin color. Crazy idea, I know, right? Don't be racist, is my position.
All the pre-shows, everyone's so nice and kind to each other, and then like 5 minutes, and you're like, yeah, some of my dumb fuck audience here, some of my dumb fuck panelists.
Um, I do think it is. I think it's racist and ineffective. I don't think it actually gets the effects that you want. And if you actually want to like close the income gap between black and white people, there's a lot of literature on good ways to do it, but they aren't being explored because what feels good, which feels like nice and like you're reducing harm, is a band-aid solution that makes things worse overall. So like when you engage in these band-aid solutions, you actually discourage people from engaging in the actions that would be better over long term. Yeah, so there's this study by, I believe, the University of Chicago. God, I can't get into this right now because I'm about to start a panel somewhere on my desktop. Basically, it studies consumer spending habits. It finds like something like 40% of the wealth gap between black and white families can be alleviated over time by changing consumer spending habits. But because this isn't in the national discourse, and the national discourse is all about what can the government do to band-aid things, you actually prevent this from entering into the discussion at all. I can talk about this another time. We can go really in depth into it, but yeah, see, segregative schooling was actually better for black people. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or if you're actually trolling at this point, because my position is that people should be invited to schools based on their merit, so not based on their skin color, which means if someone's a good black student, they need to be invited into the school and given, equal access to everything as white people and not discriminated against based on their race. Like, my position is don't discriminate against people based on their race. Your position is discriminate against people based on their race because somehow that improves things. It doesn't improve things. All right.
It looks snazzy. Yeah, well, we'll get into that later. I'm joining the new political party. We're the Rhinos. I'm supporting the real Republican candidate for president in 2024, Joe Biden. 4 more
Thank you.
years of a real Republican in office, Joe Biden for president. None of this, advanced socialism stuff. Just nice and slow, baby steps, guys. Baby steps.
You're
We'll
true
get started
American
about
hero.
3
4 years
minutes.
of Biden, sign me up.
Yeah, right. We'll get started about like 2 or 3 minutes. Just if whenever the people show up, they'll show up. If they don't, they don't. Then we'll figure it out.
Okay, but that isn't what's happening. White people had disproportionate access to higher education. Yeah, I mean, like if white people are, scoring higher on tests, then they should have more access to higher education. Like you shouldn't, bias in favor of a group that is outside of merit. Radically centrist. I'm just right wing. I don't know how to explain this to you. I'm not a centrist. Yeah, so like a college degree doesn't guarantee a job. This is so true. A college degree doesn't guarantee a job. So if you just give minority people college degrees or just invite them to colleges, it turns out that if you're not doing a system of merit, a lot of times minority people end up struggling to actually finish their degrees and then struggling to get good jobs once they graduate college. So it doesn't even fix the problem. Like, it's just a fantasy land to be like, well, if you invite more people into college, like it fixes the wealth gap, because it doesn't. Like, it's just not an effective solution, and it's not good. So like, I think that people like it because it like feels good. Like it feels like you're being nice to minority people, but that isn't like the result. The result isn't that like it improves things, because everyone wants to see like society grow. And the fact is that like Black and white people, people of all races are totally capable of contributing to society at equal levels. Like there's nothing within Black people that makes them less able to contribute to society. And so really, over the long term, these groups will normalize in how much they are contributing to society if they start out on unequal footing. And so, giving one group advantages over another, it ends up kind of making the problem worse. And, I wish that I could go into more detail in this, but we're going to start the panel.
All right, we're gonna get started. And like I said, if people want to show up and they'll show up. Like I said, this doesn't usually happen all the time, but there was like 8 other people who I invited who said they'd come on. I don't know. So whatever, we'll work with this. We've got a little good lineup here. So the first topic we're going to talk about. I'm Queen Alexa. I run the Political Shit Show. Come join our server, regardless of all that. Okay. So we're going to talk about
Listen,
religion in
bruv.
school. So a Supreme Court hearing
Stay mad,
that
okay?
allows there to
If you think it's
be
hateful.
crippled individuals in schools. Are we okay with this? And are we okay with religion being in public schools as a whole? So we'll start with abolition. Your opening statement.
Hey, thanks, Alexa. So my opinion is that you have to be at least tolerant of people expressing some kind of religious sensibilities or like religious practices within school. Whether or not they're enforced by the school is not really befitting of a secular society. However, if somebody wants to pray in school, whether they be Christian and they want to lead other Christians in prayer, or if it's a Muslim and they want to lead other Muslims or go on, et cetera, then I don't personally have a problem with them expressing that in school. Now, if it's being taught into the curriculum, then maybe I think that there needs to be some adherence to a secular or like to the societal norms of a secular society. But that's pretty much what I got so far.
Okay, Double Shine.
Yeah, I would say that like religion in schools, for the most part, it shouldn't be taught as to like the specific tenets or like any kind of like. There shouldn't be any teaching as to like this is what is correct or like this is what should be advocated for. Especially when it comes down to any kind of like moral level. I don't think that should be taken from any holy text. However, like when it comes to like public displays of prayer or other kinds of religion, I think that that's very much protected by the First Amendment and should be accommodated for. Now, I don't think that like a teacher stopping their class in the middle of third periods that they can do like a religious prayer with anyone who
Dumb
wants to
Clock is
opt in.
seething
That's probably
so
not
hard
really a
in chat.
responsible use for it.
All his arguments got
But
destroyed.
otherwise,
So he's just
yeah,
like,
I think we
you're
should be allowing people
infantile.
to prayer in their own capacity.
Having conversations with
Kid knocking
people.
kid.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, hey, I'm Kid. Yeah, I really just think that as long as it's like religion is focused on in like a historic way, in the way that it's taught, and there's no expectation to like play along with any of the prayers or what have you, like then it's it's good. You should be knowing about these things. And as long as it's not like disruptive to the other students, I really don't give a fuck. That's really about it.
No, Dumb Clock is the one
somebody
who said the
online.
thing about
Yeah, no, as far as
debate panels
religion
being
in school,
juvenile.
I think that when we teach religion in school, we're actually teaching like not necessarily the dogma of religion. We're teaching more like world religion, like theology courses, things like this, how beliefs are formed and why. I think that people need to be able to like live their own lives the way that they are. People should be able to express their beliefs any way that they see fit.
Dumb
per
Clock,
their
if
First
you want to
Amendment rights,
chat on
even
stream,
when they're
I will
working in a
chat with you
school
on
like
stream.
capacity. But I think that if the school officially endorses something and we're in like a public school setting that doesn't have like an official religious affiliation, I don't think that that's really an appropriate thing. As far as the Supreme Court thing with like,
By the way,
deferring
they
money
think
to,
I'm
like,
racist
private
because I'm
schools and
against
stuff,
affirmative action.
Anyway, we'll get into that later, though.
That's the level of like lefty nonsense that we're on here.
So I'm just gonna level with you guys. I just found out the topic. I jumped in here like 20 seconds ago, but I'm gonna say that it sounds like a bad idea for us to kind of push religion in school. I think it's fine if you have like a religious belief and you want to practice that or whatever. But when it comes to like pushing it or requiring people to study specific type of theology and not being like diverse in the theology that they're learning about, I feel like it's kind of cringe. So yeah.
Half-dash.
Yeah, I think that it's important to have ideological and thought diversity within schools, probably the most important location you can have that thought diversity. And the way that you do this is by not biasing towards any one belief. So that's hard to do. I think it's also important not to bias towards like liberal progressive beliefs as well, or any sort of like fundamental moral axioms which are included in religion and other things. So in general, I think encouraging a culture of debate, critique, and discussion is the ultimate goal, and those morals will flow out of that. You don't necessarily need to force morals of any one particular religion on people.
Man with no camera.
Yeah, so I believe that, especially with what
Listen,
the Supreme
debate
Court
me.
case that
Debate me if you think you're right.
basically as Trump was built after, what he was doing was not wrong. You're allowed to practice your own personal religion, and so like it doesn't matter where you are, you're allowed to practice your own personal religion. It even states in the court case that he was practicing his own personal prayer. So there was no constitutional wrong from him, but there was definitely constitutional wrong from the school for firing him for practicing his own religion. So it doesn't matter where you are; you should be able to practice your own religion.
Okay, floor is open.
Someone in my chat actually just posed this interesting thought. They said that in schools, sometimes younger people are raised to discriminate against different religious groups, and so even like openly displaying your own religion can potentially become a dangerous situation in schools. And maybe we should be trying to protect children and saying that, hey, maybe it's not a good idea to be displaying these sorts of things in school because potentially it may make you a target in some way or another.
Well, then you're basically saying,
that's-
hey, don't do prayer because people might bully you for it. Like, I don't think that's like necessarily a good argument. In fact, I think we should be going the other way and saying instead of hiding your religion, we should allow people to display it.
Yeah, I mean-
I think this idea that like you're basically validating people, like bullying or attacking someone because they like pray, is like pretty stupid. And it's just like it's honestly, it's maybe not even like, it's just kind of like xenophobic at a certain
Well,
extent,
it's
just anything that would
literally
hurt the
like
culture.
it's literally like the same argument as like that women need to dress appropriately so that they don't get sexually harassed in schools, right? Like it seems like the other thing that we should be worrying about is whether or not that's happening and like making sure people don't do that. But like I think yeah, there definitely should be like a to use a leftoid term, like a safe space for being able to practice your own religion.
The other thing is that like people are anti-fragile and they will adapt when exposed to like things that are frustrating or difficult. And I think that people are going to experience interacting with religious people in their lives. Children are going to experience this when they grow up. And you have to learn the ability to navigate those scenarios where you are exposed to people with religious belief in your work and your school and life in general without feeling like you're forced or being like pressured to do things. And so I think that like instead of sheltering children from ever seeing a religious person pray because you think they're going to be like bullied into praying because of that, you teach them how to stand up for themselves and say, I'm not interested in engaging with this, but maybe, I'm comfortable with you doing your thing and, maybe even learning about your religion, because that's ultimately what you want from society and what you want children to learn. And the way that you do that is by exposing them to potential pressure to do things.
Would it also not be fair to say, within the specific example that was first proposed by Buddy's chat, that if there is a danger of being bullied or harassed or even worse by a student, specifically because they're like a religious minority in their school, would it not be realistic to let them know that there is a danger associated with expressing themselves and that it would be in their best interest to raise that concern to them?
Yeah, I think that's
Wouldn't
also
it be in the best? Wouldn't it be in the best interest for the school to allow them to practice their religion openly and to ensure that it's the kid receives safety and isn't bullied for their religion? Would that be the responsibility of the school, not the responsibility of the school to tell the kid, hey, it might be dangerous to wear a hijab in here?
No, I think.
I mean, you have to prevent like actual physical suffering. Like you can't allow people to like beat up students, but like to an extent you do need to allow people to like experience some like social pressure and like push back on things, like because you can't hide people from social pressure forever in their life. Like the inevitable result of living and being an adult is you're going to experience that and you need to be able to deal with it. So I think that like with children it's more about managing it so that the social pressure is not so much that it like crushes the religious impulse or, really does like long-term damage. What you need to like manage is make sure that they're experiencing like, it's okay to like debate ideas and to have like, discussions and to challenge religion in school. That's okay, but it can't go so far that you're causing like psychological damage. And so like, I think riding that line is the important part.
Well, I mean, the big thing is, I mean, the responsibility that the school has is to like educate the kids on like what these things are. And like if you're gonna be having like like let's say that there's a school with like I don't know, there's a bunch of little racist fucker kids in the school that are like picking on people for like being black or brown or whatever the fuck. And like how you would be dealing with that is not by like telling these kids that like you like this is just how the world works, like you're just gonna have to like figure it out and deal with it. Like that's where the school is supposed to be coming in and saying like these things are not okay and this is like this is the history, like making sure that kids have that knowledge so that they can deal with these problems after the fact. But like it wouldn't be the case of like just fucking like hiding religion from the kids so that they don't get into that kind of scenario. And if there is some sort of like a some tension between kids because of it, that you can deal with it just through like pulling kids aside, educating them on the history. If kids go too far, you have like an apparatus in place to deal with, detention, suspension, etc. Like
teaching children to learn how to like negotiate things and to overcome issues. So like
as well.
Yeah, like a big issue I think with a lot of child rearing currently is that people are so hypersensitive about exposing their children to anything that could harm them. And so you see these helicopter parents who prevent their children from, exploring the world, despite the fact that like we have that crime has gone down over the past 50 years precipitously, and you create this generation of people who are coddled and unable to deal with stress. And so I think the goal is not to remove all stressors, but to teach people how to deal with stressors when they come up, and to prevent stressors that are going to be like long-term destructive, it's really a very small proportion of the amount of pushback or stress that you're going to experience in your life.
Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to that, right? Like, there's definitely the one side where like you don't want to like, coddle the kids and like be like, oh, you like can't behave in this certain way, or else like you might get pushback from people that think you're like a pussy or fucking whatever the fuck. You have to sort of like make sure that kids are aware of like the environment that they're going into, but at the same time, like you can like pull kids out of class if they're being racist, or if they're being like xenophobic based on like religion or whatever. Like you can do both. I don't think it really just comes down to like whether or not the kids are being like coddled too much. Like there are ways to deal with like dipshit kids.
Well, I don't know, because I think that I'm quite against trying to legislate, and I say legislate, but like codify within school, rules and regulations, whether or not people can be like assholes and to what degree they're allowed to be assholes. I think that's a very dangerous thing to do when you start getting into that territory. And so like what I would try to, encourage the regulation and law and rules to be is that they focus on preventing like serious or like repeated damage. So like if someone like makes like an asshole remark that's like bigoted to a student, I think that that's not necessarily a problem until it becomes like repetitive, right? And so like it turns into like long-term harassment. And I think that like the reason you do that is because you want people to be able to work out and socially negotiate like the wrongs and rights of things without just being like told from an authority figure, like never do this. Because I also think like on the other side of the problem, that doesn't actually teach people why these things are bad. Like you need to have this give and take for people to learn why things are inappropriate, and also how to handle inappropriate behavior.
Right, and that can be facilitated by the teachers if
I think so.
these sort of things arise, and definitely not like I definitely don't want like a surveillance state within the school, but like yeah, if these sort of issues arise, like there's a way to deal with these situations in a way that's facilitated by a teacher, or a counselor or whatever, that can deal with like educating both of these kids on like why this is happening, like why it's harmful, etc. Like, yeah.
I think on the idea of like who are we holding accountable, I think like the biggest thing, and probably the most important one, is like how we hold staff accountable, right? If other kids want to bully kids, I think that's more of an issue on like parenting. That's not really something I think like Board of Education necessarily needs to focus on. And I think we all kind of agree that in some sense, exposure to religion is probably a good thing in school, and you're almost never going to get away from it entirely. The question then becomes, what line of exposure is sort of becoming some level of education or promotion? For example, is prayer after a football game, is that promotion or exposure? Whereas, let's say you had like a cross in your classroom, is that okay? Or are we not going to allow that? I think trying to find that line is probably going to be the most important thing moving forward.
I mean, exposure on the like itself is like does a lot of the work for you. Like kids that go to school with like a with like a really diverse like classroom are just not going to be as racist growing up. It would just be like, yo, yeah, this is just my community. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why I would have like any like ulterior feelings about it. But yeah, I think the more interesting question is about like whether like if you have like a football game and like before the football game starts, they have like a moment of prayer or something, or like if there was like prayer before like meals or whatever that was called like part of the program, then yeah, obviously that would be like pushing religion on people.
I don't think it's a good idea to try to like legislate out social pressure, because social pressure is always going to exist to some extent. I think that like what you should prevent is like explicit bureaucratic like side taking. So like you shouldn't allow the school to take the side of one religion or another, whatever that may be. And so you let the students and the faculty, engage in religious practice that they're interested in. And the reality is that like in a lot of places, at least in America, most of the people are going to be religious. So like the reality is that like everyone is going to have like a lot of social pressure to be a Christian, and whatever denomination that is depends on the region. So I don't think it's really reasonable or a very effective use of resources to try to like rule that out or hunt down every example of potential bias in the football team captain leading a prayer or whatever. I think the main goal would just be to provide like an equal space so that if someone is like a Muslim or a secular atheist or whatever, they are also allowed to express their religion and they're not actively prevented from doing that. Stardust.
All right, Stardust, go.
I have a question. Would you guys be okay with a teacher in public school maybe like wearing a niqab?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
What about a
So what?
teacher in a public school like who prays before every class?
I've actually got teachers like that.
With
I
her
think
I've
that'd
had
be
students?
teachers
okay.
like that before too.
With their students?
Or just
No,
the,
not
the
with the
students are in the
students.
room and they're praying and some of them follow along because
Or
they're
yeah,
so
or if they invite students if they want to pray.
yeah.
think
I don't know,
class,
because
I'd do it
during
up,
class I would say
but-
no. During class I would say no.
No,
I-
absolutely not during class.
Yeah, I would say no.
Nor around other students.
I think if it's like
I
taking
disagree
away
with that
from
one. If it's
resources.
an optional activity, such as they're in Indiana, I don't know if they have this in other states, but in Indiana they have a basically a day where a bunch of the Christian athletes go and pray around the flag.
Yeah, that's fine. We had prayer circles around our flag too, right? But we didn't have open prayer in the classroom. And that's the thing. Like, I grew up a religious minority. I'm Jewish in the South. I was the only Jewish kid in high school, well, elementary school through high school. The entire time, I knew maybe 12 Jewish children, right? And I had been coerced many times to participate in, like Christian activities and Christmas activities and things like that. And I had exemption. I had religious exemption from
Like the
doing that.
pledge.
I could do the pledge. We still believe in God.
Okay. I was just
One
curious
nation
if
under
that
God.
was
We believe in the same God. Kidding me?
Because you don't have to.
Regardless,
you don't have to say the pledge.
But
regardless,
I mean,
having an authority figure in a classroom, right? Openly praying to the children or in front of the children, and maybe even subtly inviting the children to join in, excludes people, and that ostracizes people. It could also be like coercion for people too. It could almost be like religious grooming, right? Where you kind of push that onto children and then shame them because they're not joining in, and then force them to join in.
I
Would you guys be
disagree.
okay with a
what do you do
burqa,
about that then?
with somebody wearing a burqa, like a teacher wearing a burqa in class or something?
No.
Yeah, I'm
Just
100% okay with that.
Just like I wouldn't disagree with a Christian wearing a cross necklace in the classroom.
Yeah, it's
I would
That's
just-
totally
First
different.
Amendment. You have
That's
freedom of
totally
speech.
different to me. For me, that's totally different. Many
You would
teachers
disagree
wore
with the
crosses.
teacher?
How is it
burqa?
different? I mean,
No,
it's
I'm
like
saying-
it's more effort to wear a burqa, but
Well, take a teacher wearing a burqa, wearing a cross, wearing a Star of David, a teacher who has to leave to pray 7 times a day. I mean, that's okay,
I think it's only not okay if it goes to the point where people who are non-religious are like actively silenced or prevented from expressing themselves.
Exactly. Well,
I do like the
well,
idea
hold
that-
on. Now, I mean, that's still for most people, even if they're not religious or another religious minority of some sort, the teacher's not going to represent them, right? I was pushed many times as a kid and told I was going to go to hell by authority figures and by students and people like that many times. many times throughout the week, throughout the school year for 12 years. Nothing was ever done about it, but I mean, you know, I still had the right to exemption away from that.
But you shouldn't be able to disrupt like a to represent yourself. You shouldn't be able to disrupt, like I said, prayer circles on the flag. I don't think
No,
that's
that's always been
yourself instead of
acceptable.
a school.
Yeah, I also think
That's
that like
always been acceptable.
it's problematic if teachers are engaging in like active propagandization of a specific belief system to children. So like,
Exactly.
and I think that's true of like whatever the belief system is, even if it's like a secular position like progressivism or whatever. I think that teachers have a responsibility to be sort of neutral arbiters of this information. And so like if a teacher is like between classes, they're praying and they're allowing students to join them in prayer, I think that's appropriate. But I think if they get to the world religion section and they're telling people about how like one religion's objectively true and everyone else is going to hell, then I think it's like engaging in propagandization, which I think is not good. And so the actual like school curriculum and material needs to be unbiased in this way. So I think that would be another line where if it's the point where like instead of teaching, you know, you start like every class by praying, and that's taking up like school hours, and it's preventing like children from getting the education that the teacher is hired to provide, that would be like an example of prayer that's probably not appropriate. But if it's like between, you know, classes or time that isn't otherwise being used for teaching, then it's probably more appropriate. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like for that example, I'd be totally okay with getting rid of the Pledge of Allegiance as well. Right? How is that going to be any different than like openly propagandizing to children?
And because you're not obligated to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well,
Oh,
you're not
I mean,
obligated
that-
to, but
Like
you
I
get
never
some
did the Pledge of
encouragement.
Allegiance in high school.
I'm sure there's some people that can relate to a teacher bringing in like a veteran or something if they have problem students who aren't standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, right? Has anyone dealt with that? That was
Well,
definitely something that I experienced, and
Even if you don't have that, there's like a lot of pressure in the classroom where like if you're like I was this kid, I was the only person sitting down, and everybody would just look at me while they said the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm like,
Right.
yeah, I look like a fucking idiot here, just sitting while everybody else. And it's like I don't want to say this, I don't want to stand up and do this, but like when everybody else is doing it, and you're like 14 years old or whatever, it's hard to be like the the standalone person who's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to do this because.
But that's good. I think that's character building. Like when you
Oh.
force children to like be in environments where like there are people who think differently from them and they're engaging in totally optional activities that express a certain political or religious belief, and they have the opportunity to like engage in that kind of identity building where they're like, I'm going to choose not to engage with this. That's really healthy, and
Yeah, but
it teaches
it's also
them.
like a social taboo. You're more so taught that it is a social taboo to not do the Pledge of Allegiance. And sure, you might be like super like based in GigaChat for not doing it, but like the overwhelming effect that it's going to have on kids is that they should be standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. They should be hyper nationalist, etc. Like, yeah, the character building that it causes, like you might get some fucking like GigaChats out of it, like people in this panel, I guess, but like. For the overwhelming amount of people, this is just propaganda. This is just conditioning kids to be hyper nationalist. I don't know if that's the kind of character building that I'd want to have in school.
I mean, as long as it's optional and as long as there aren't explicit favors being doled out to children based on their engagement, I think it's okay. I think it's okay for people to engage in.
It's only technically optional, but like the moment
let's have start
you don't do it, like there's taboo there.
I mean,
Alright,
social pressures, that happens in life.
Hold on,
Like,
guys. Let's start us go.
So I'm actually like very anti like any religion being forced on anybody except for America. I think America as a religion, if you're like an American, I think that's kind of like one of the reasons why America can be this country where a lot of people, you don't look at somebody and say, like, you know for sure that they're American. An American can be any ethnicity, any gender, anything like that, right? When you look at somebody from another country, generally you kind of get a feel for that. But America, like just the visuals of it, right, are so diverse. And one of the ways that you keep people kind of like united despite having such a diverse visual component of a population is this, your country is kind of like a pseudo religion. I'm totally okay with that. I think that's baller. But I do want to ask. I really I think it's beneficial. Really, I do think it's good for cohesion of a bunch of people that are so different and just look different and come from different backgrounds. There's no fucking way to create cohesion better than a pseudo religion. Sorry, I'm gonna say it, but I was
You're
gonna
thinking
say.
it's nationalism, right? Like an ultra, ultra nationalism is going to unite a country a lot, but that's not necessarily the best way.
Well, if it's not racial, right? Like we're talking about America, the values of America, liberty, freedom, right? It has to be a pseudo religion because we have such a diverse group of people, and the only way that you're going to have a cohesive group of people, despite having such a diverse crowd, is to have a uniting force. And that uniting force, one of the best ways to do that is through, again, a pseudo religion, right? So, but regardless of that, that's my take on that. But regardless of that, I wanted to ask you guys, what if there was a teacher who was a Satanist and started and had to do a blood ritual every morning before class?
Yeah, similarly.
I'd say
I mean, is it
home.
illegal?
Okay, well, how about this?
Or how intense is it? Or do they have
Okay, so let's say, here's an example for Eid in some Muslim families, you depending on the country you're in, you get to slaughter a goat, right? And so so for that holiday, right? And it's really funny because my cousin told me about how her dad was trying to kill the goat, and then they didn't do it the right way, and the goat started running around the yard and it was spewing blood everywhere.
Oh,
they cut the
shit.
neck, but it was
that's
just
silly.
spewing blood everywhere all over the yard. Anyways, I thought that was funny as fuck. But anyways, what if there was somebody who was part of some super niche religion, and they were a teacher, and before they started their day, before they started teaching, they had to behead a chicken before every day or something.
Yeah, obviously.
I think
no, I
Or
there's
every
another
day?
factor
Maybe
in
do
this.
that
It's
at home.
Well, I
At
don't
that
know.
point, do that at home.
I think that if you're getting into areas where
They need to
The
cleanse the
teacher-
room. That's why they have to behead a thing. That's why they have to do it. So.
I think the
Sorry.
potential
I
problem
really
is
had to
with
do something. Just light some
sanitariness.
sage.
Because if you are, potentially spilling blood over the classroom, I think it's probably unsanitary, and that's more of the problem. The problem isn't that
What
it's
if you can make sure
a
it's
religious
sanitary?
act, but yeah, I think that
What if you if you can set up an area for it, a specific designated chicken beheading area at the beginning of each day, and you know that that's going to be isolated, and the kids can still see it, but it won't get near them and everything, and you sanitize everything properly, and this is how you just cleanse the room at the beginning of the day, because you're going to spend your whole day in that room. Maybe I feel I don't know. Would you let them behead the chicken at the start of each day?
No,
There's
I
a
would
difference
definitely
between
against
religious
that.
apparel and religious acts, right? So
no, but
maybe
we said
not
prayer
the,
was okay.
not the beheading. No, prayer's not okay in school. Well, prayer
Really?
was
'Cause I
among
think
students
prayer's
in a
okay in school.
designated. Silent prayer's always been okay. You're not ostracizing anyone for their beliefs at that point because you're silently praying.
I guess you could make the
might
argument
have a-
that chicken beheading involves people necessarily in the religious act, even if they don't intend to. So you could say that silent prayer, if you just sit at your desk, close your eyes, and
Okay, so
kneel your head.
let me
you
add another-
pray.
In that instance, yes, but
let me add another component here, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Another component is just like the teacher who asked people, hey, anybody want to join me in this prayer? You can join me. What if this teacher is hey, anybody want to assist in the beheading of the chicken today?
But then they go into
uh,
a separate room, so it's only people who agree to.
Well, yeah, it would be a sectioned off corner of the room or something, right?
I think that's
the other
okay.
kids can see it. The other kids can see it, and the other kids can participate if they want to. And if they're yeah, Jimmy, you want to come and behead the chicken today at the beginning of the class? And then, so they can choose to participate if they want.
I think that's
feel
fine. Yeah, we dissect animals in class. Animals die. I think that would be appropriate if it was voluntary.
I feel like there's the
we don't
potential
force the
for
kid to
this
kill these
ritual. I feel like there's potential for this ritual to be viewed as obscene, and that it should be conducted in a private place outside of the view of the general public. I don't think that would be out of the ordinary. Just if it was part of someone's religion to meditate nude for 15 minutes at the beginning of the day. We would force them to do this in private, like even if it's part
Right.
of your religious practice, if it is viewed as obscene or traumatizing to the children, you can't do this in public just because it's your religion.
And the problem
No,
with that
agreed.
is that like
And
being
Buddy,
nude
I mean, like,
involves people necessarily, and also like there's probably like externality issues with it, right?
Yeah, but also sacrificing an animal and terminating the life of an animal could be viewed as like seriously affecting, especially to a child, in the same kind of way. And so, granted, it is an extreme, and yeah, we have laws that specifically like denote you can't do these things. But I think that if I went to a park and beheaded a chicken at a park, that I would, get a conversation from the police
Well,
the same way.
if somebody comes and says, "Hey, that's obscene. You can't do that," then you can be like, "Well, this is my religion. Why are you calling my religion obscene?"
Well, sometimes religious acts are obscene.
So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, like I don't think you
as-
can perform a circumcision at like your local park and say like, oh yeah, I'm just
exactly.
doing it because it's my religion, you know?
So like as far as for like, I think there is like an extent of which like the ritual or like the religious practice that you're engaging in has too much of a physical effect on the people around you, and that's where we need to like actually draw the line, because it doesn't need to be like a Satanist beheading a chicken or like any other, or like anybody else doing any other thing. It could be a Native American burning white sage in the classroom to purify it, and then like the smoke bothers the children, right? Like it could be something that is totally seen as socially acceptable. However, there is like some kind of physical interaction with the children, regardless if they're consenting or not, and that's where we need to draw the line.
Yeah,
for
I think
me,
that's a
it's
good
like-
Shine,
point.
what if
For me, it's
Double
like
Shine? What if
big
someone
thing-
wants to? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Gid.
Yeah, so for me, it's like the only thing that I'm like concerned about within schools is like making sure that the kids are educated, and then when it comes to situations in which like kids are going to be like exposed to things that are outside of education, these are just some things that we deal with because of like the social population, right? So like when we're dealing with things like if someone wants to like behead a chicken or whatever for their religious practice, like if that's something that like, let's imagine that's something that's actually prominent in society and not just something that we see as like weird and immoral because we were raised otherwise, right? But like that would be something that we just deal with. It has nothing to do with like the education portion. It's just something that like it would be more complicated to try and stop it than to like let it happen. And same with like prayer in class, even if the teacher's just like praying by themselves or whatever. It's going to have some sort of like affect on the kid. And that's just kind of how it is. Like it's going to be seen as something that like the kid maybe should also be engaging in, because like the person that teaches them about everything else is taking part in X, Y, or Z practice, but like it has nothing to do with whether or not like these
So,
Kids
like,
who
Dem
don't
Clock, a good
participate are gonna
example.
get shit on the most. And I'm gonna tell you
that
this.
also happens, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you why.
A good example of this would be like the trans sports stuff, where like you can get banned from Twitch for just discussing like the actual biological reality that trans women have an advantage at least 3 years after, going on HRT. That's like a horrible example of the chilling effect of, left-wing politics and trans people. Where like no one's able to even question this because it might be seen as like slightly negatively affecting trans people, which is that's completely ridiculous.
In private and in silence, like in a moment of silence, or a private moment of reflection. That's how it's been done since I was a kid. And my father was one of the last generations to have to deal with open prayer in school, though he got exemption from it. Luckily, it's very privileged. But in regards to
Holy shit, you are so delusional on this. The way that private actors and corporations engage with the culture causes cultural shifts. So when you disallow discussion of something on a platform which informs people's political opinions, you affect people's political opinions. If you don't allow challenging of viewpoints, you're going to change how people view things. And so it doesn't have to be government or legislature to be politically relevant, because government and legislature are affected by the culture. And the culture has a lot of left-wing bias in a lot of ways, which I think largely explains the continual leftward shift.
I don't even know how to express how much it frightens me that they're going to allow school officials to openly pray uh, on school grounds or, you know, in a school function or anything like that. It's just ostracization, you know, from an authority figure down.
No, I think this
I
is like a
don't
ridiculous
know.
way of argumenting or making an
Yeah, I
argument here.
don't know that I agree with that. I feel like okay, so I get what it's like to be a religious minority, like, but I don't think that a teacher choosing to have their own freedom of religion, by the way, like, you know, and choosing to exercise their own religion is somehow going to be ostracizing like another person. Like, yeah, there is a certain extent of like natural like outlierness, I guess, if for lack of better word. There's a certain amount, like a natural amount of that you experience in life, no matter what you're doing, no matter who you are, you know. And so yeah, we should allow people the freedom to pray where they, you know, if that's part of their religion. This is the country, freedom, you know, free, where you're allowed to practice religion, whatever religion you want, right? But just for the argument of like it being like, oh, somebody, you know, there's going to be a kid who's like a religious minority who feels weird about it. I don't know that that's really that strong of an argument to me.
Yeah, and like the
So.
fact is that if you are a religious minority, and or if you're just like an atheist, right, which many people are in these very religious areas, is you can't be coddled away from experiencing like religious people for your entire life. You have to learn to like adapt and deal with scenarios where you are not the majority in a room. And so I think that like if you allow teachers to pray, I think that's a perfectly reasonable, you know, expression of religious freedom that doesn't actually force the children to engage with it. It does cause social pressure, and it's important that children are exposed to social pressure so they learn how to adapt and deal with it, because children are very resilient. People are very resilient. They're anti-fragile and they adapt when they're exposed to pressure and to things that are stressors in their world. And so you have to manage how big of stressors they are. So you can't have like a religious teacher that gives like better grades to religious students. That would be absolutely unacceptable. And you can't have a teacher that's like forcing children to engage in prayer. But if a teacher is just engaging in prayer and they're like outside of school time, so they're not taking up class time to do it, and you know it's completely voluntary if children want to do it and there's no rewards tied to it, I think that's totally appropriate and in fact very healthy for religious minorities to be exposed to.
And you know,
Just
it's
to bounce
also,
off
with that being
idea.
said, religious minorities can also do that as well. Like,
Yeah.
and you see that religious minorities do that. And if anything, this actually makes creates you know, an allowance for religious minorities to also practice their own religions in the ways that they see fit. Somebody in my chat said, "Oh, if it's like the admin group, like the administration praying, creating an out group because it ties religion with power." I don't know that I heard anything about this being like a real organized administration all praying together or something like that. What I was interpreting from this was just like teachers praying in their time, like, you know, in their free time, in a way that doesn't impose upon other children. So.
You know, I grew up with acceptance of Christianity. Half my family is Southern Baptist. I mean, my mother's side. So, I mean, it wasn't like I wasn't exposed to, you know, Christian religion and Christian prayer and things like that. But it was more so uh,
Okay, but dumb talk, why do you think that there's this big cultural reaction, right? Because it didn't come out of anywhere. It came because progressives used trans people as political pawns, because all of this political infrastructure was built up to achieve gay marriage equality, and those jobs didn't just go away. It turned to the next thing to keep these people employed, and they turned to trans people. And so trans people became this culture war issue, which it should have never been. This should never be a thing that is like democratically decided upon, whether or not trans people have access to healthcare or not. That's not something that should be a democratic decision. It should be a decision made by experts, medical, and, you know, the negotiations that medical experts have with trans people. And so I think that you really have to blame like the political institutions which threw people threw trans people into the pit in the first place, which I think a lot of times rests squarely on progressives who try to callously use trans people. Without a cultural battle, trans people will literally just get killed. Not true. No, 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 no.
Teacher wants to hold a morning prayer, they can't.
They were already doing that though, right? Like, how is this any different from how things have always been? They've always been doing this. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
We've always
And
had a
people-
moment of silence, though. We've never had like open psalms and readings of the Bible and things like that.
But this gives religious minorities the ability to go and practice their religion too. That's like the point of this, right? Like, if a religious majority can go and practice what they want in the school, so can the religious minority, and that's fine. That empowers people to practice their religion where they see fit. So, like, I don't see what the issue is here.
Well, it creates like an out-group potentially if a majority of the students are participating in a practice. For example, if like you're the only person that isn't a Mormon at the school, even if it's just a normal high school, you're going to be the ostracized one that's sitting alone at the lunch table because you're not the one that was at church with everybody else on Sunday.
Like, that's
That's
life.
society,
That's life,
yeah.
though.
And you
What
need
is-
to learn
what
how to
is
deal
that?
with
What does
that.
being a minority mean? Holy shit, guys! Like, seriously?
Maybe
Let's have
going to
abolition.
school and seeing your
Hold on,
desk
Mr.
covered in
Brainerd, hold on,
swastikas.
Mr. Brainerd, let's have abolition. Yes, and
Oh yeah, I was gonna say what I was gonna say was this like this law opens the door for religious minorities to practice their own religion at the same time that somebody else is leading a group to prayer. So if somebody's like, okay, class, I'm going to be saying a prayer now. If you're a Christian, please follow along. Then the religious minority has a chance to just do their own prayer as well. And if there's a teacher that is the religious minority and says, listen, I need to step aside and do my own prayer. If I'm a Muslim, I need to do my prayer at this moment. Then they are protected from doing something that is outside of their teaching curriculum, which in almost every other instance they would have been fired for on the spot.
Yeah, so
Case
like,
scenario abolition is that they still allow exemption, right? That you're still allowed to step away from the classroom and not have to participate if you don't want to. Best case scenario.
Yeah, that's fine. Like if you don't want to follow along, go get a drink of water. Go to the bathroom. Get a vape.
Without prayer in school, being the Jewish kid in school led me to like having swastikas drawn on my desk, and I was always a big kid, and I had people draw on the fucking dry erase board like pigs with
Yeah.
swastikas on them, like
That's-
and
that's
shit
a-
like that.
Yeah,
That's a
and I
big-
think we
that's a bigger
already
issue
agreed
with,
that
like-
like continual harassment is not appropriate, and that
Yeah,
kind of
that's a-
thing should be shut down by schools.
And it
Well,
was
if the
mentioned
teacher
earlier
doesn't
that,
care enough,
Well, it was mentioned earlier that it's not the administrator's job to ledge out bullying in a sense, but there's actually programs that some high schools, my high school, like peer-to-peer counseling, where you're essentially teaching model students to just like be better model students and actually like stand up in situations where they need to speak up against something that's going wrong. And then, like, help
Well,
teach-
the problem
help
here
teach
is that
kids around
there's
them.
there's nuance, right? Because like you can't legislate away like anyone being assholes ever, but you should be able to crack down on like harassment that actually causes like genuine psychological trauma. So like the goal is to teach children how to deal with like complicated or stressful situations, but you don't want to traumatize children. So as soon as like the asshole behavior goes from like something that students can overcome and deal with and actually grow from to something that's going to cause like long-term damage, that's the point that schools need to be able to step in. And so like
all right.
Wait, I'm confused.
Oh,
You don't
no,
think
no,
you?
no, shut up. Kidnap can go. Then you can mod up.
yeah, so like the big thing that
No.
I'm seeing here is that we're kind of like trying to tear apart all of the nuance about like how teachers should behave, like ideally. But like a lot of these things have nothing to do with like, all right, so like if let's say you have a teacher who prays before like a class every day or whatever, and we can talk about the nuance about like, oh, like it's sort of like inviting kids into this religion. It's sort of like propagandizing or whatever the fuck. And we can talk about like, oh, well, everyone else can do it too, so like, why not? But like, what is it like? What kind of policy would you actually be able to put in place to deal with these nuances, right? Like, what is it that you could actually do about like maybe some teacher is going too far and like trying to get all the kids to hold hands in prayer together, like where is it that you're able to actually like have a line drawn legally within the school?
Well, I mean, by the time a child is like 3 or 4, they should already be in the process of like pedagogy, where like in the stage of pedagogy where you're teaching them to like recognize their body in their personal space. So an educator shouldn't be like putting their hands on them anyway, even just to like grab their hand for a prayer or something. So I mean, there's like it would have to go
Hold
down
hands
with
all the
like.
time. I mean, kids hold hands all the time.
I mean, kids hold hands,
like,
but not like
yeah,
the educator with the kids. Like maybe that takes it too far. Like that, like you're not recognizing.
That's
their
not
body
totally
space.
true. I mean, like, educators would hold our hands. We did like, group activities and stuff like that, even up to like 8 or 9, 10 years old. But I mean, like,
Mhm.
it wasn't like, a religious thing. It wasn't like a prayer or anything like that. It was a group activity.
I mean, would
All
that
right,
be
all
the
right,
line
Yamato,
though?
go.
Like,
No,
where's
'cause I
where's
can't.
the
Shut
actual
up. I
line?
said Yamato get to go. Shut up. All right, Yamato, go.
Okay, so is this conversation about like religions in schools or like
Yes.
Yeah.
Prayer in school.
to be fair, I don't think any not unless it's a Catholic school or school like that has like religious context in school. I don't think religion should be a big thing because you open minority kids that don't share the same religion as the minority that's in the school to like a lot of scrutiny, and
See, but then you're
that's been a
taking
thing.
See, but then you're taking away the freedom of religion. The entirety of the separation of church and state was to be a separation of church and state to where the government cannot govern religion, and the religion cannot be the government. It was the separation of church and state. So if you make a law regarding religion saying religion cannot be practiced within school grounds, you are therefore breaking the separation of church and state. The government is now governing religion.
I think the bigger problem is like freedom of expression, right? So like if someone wants to wear a cross or engage in like these religious practices, I think that's part of freedom of expression. I think it's very healthy for people to be exposed to that. And I think that might be the bigger
Yeah,
issue
that's
here.
fine.
I think what we all
Oh.
agree on is that like the school should not give like special favors to any specific religious group, and teachers should not be able to give special kind of rewards or benefits to students who engage in religious practice with them.
Okay, so I heard about the okay, you guys were talking about like children like that practice like different religion, like someone mentioned like seeing a swastika on the desk. How would you
Yes,
like mediate that, right? I heard someone's like was talking about like teachers shouldn't get involved, but I think faculty should get involved, not when things get really really bad. I think shit like that should be stomped out quickly.
Well, I think that's probably an example of pretty bad behavior. Like, I think that's
where do you
probably
start
over the
stomping?
line. Like,
It's
I don't know.
definitely,
I
it's
don't know.
definitely over the
I
line.
don't know. Like, no, I don't know. But like seeing a fucking swastika on my desk is like pretty fucking extreme.
yeah, I think that's
Right
an
now you're
example of a
fear-mongering.
pretty extreme
Right now you're
thing.
fear mongering. You're
That's
fear
not-
mongering
that's
right
not
now.
fear- that's not- that's not
Yes,
fear-mongering.
Let me explain. You are
Okay.
fear mongering. You're
Well-
bringing up one of the most extreme
You-
examples you can think
That
of.
was the fucking
to say-
example.
Let's
What
deal with the
Can you give me a
example.
second?
Let's deal with the
Bro,
example.
that actually happened to
Holy
me.
fuck!
Yeah.
Dude, it's a fucking example.
I
Like, what is-
Bro, this is literally what Braindead's. This is Braindead's point.
Oh my god! Are you
Okay, this is awesome. I love
Like-
panels like this.
Yeah, dude, it's a fucking example. If you can't deal with the
Alright,
fucking
yes.
example or answer the fucking question, then shut up. Like, be quiet.
I think we should deal with the
What I-
example.
what I'm simply- Holy
Hold
fucking!
on, hold on.
I can talk, Black. Thank you. Jeez.
Hold on,
Oh my
hold on.
God.
I gotta cut this off. Your mic cut out. It all we heard was "shut up, Black."
Okay.
All right,
Well,
address
anyways,
that.
So
anyways,
he goes well anyways.
anyway, I said shut the fuck up so I can talk, Black, and I said Yamato, but evidently got cut out.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm not gonna be tilted about that.
All right. So, anyways, what I'm saying is it's a very extreme example for one. You chose Braindead's example to use. It is a very extreme example. It's something that should be stopped out far before that. But then to simply suggest and lay your whole argument upon that you don't want to see a swastika on your desk, and to lay your entire argument is that's why religion shouldn't be allowed in schools is absolutely asinine. And it's fear mongering.
I mean, I think what we're agreeing here is that like the school shouldn't allow like this like extreme hateful behavior towards people of a specific religious group, because what that essentially does is that like it does take a religious side of saying that like this religion is not accepted here. And so I think that like my position would be that like it's okay for people to debate belief systems, right? And in fact, like it's good to encourage students to like get into debates about religion and to question each other, even if it gets contentious, and even if that causes like some stress and maybe even some discomfort for students. I think that's appropriate. What I think is inappropriate is this kind of like harassment, which actually causes like psychological trauma. And so the swastika example is an example of like way on the line of like there's no constructive discussion that's happening there. It's just like harassment, which is, you know, there's no real benefit in that, versus just like a contentious discussion, which is going to cause stress, and you know, students can adapt to that kind of stress.
No, I don't disagree, Taftaj. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. It's simply what I'm disagreeing with is the idea that this is the entirety of what my point is going to land on, and it's a very, very extreme example. Braindead said it happened to him, so it's a real example, but at the same time, it's a very, very extreme example. The school failed in my opinion, on that, and they failed their duty to like protect kids at that point in time. But to say that religion should be allowed in schools because a swastika was drawn on a desk,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to protect like, all right, to protect like other minority or like religious groups such as Muslims and stuff like that, right? Like when like early during the 2000s, Muslims had it like fucking hard, especially they were getting bashed for their religion. They were getting bashed for everything. I think what made it much easier, would have made that much better if like they didn't get penalized for just their religion. Like a Muslim going to an all Christian school just seemed like a bad time for like anybody that's like just Muslim. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, it's like,
that's why I don't think it should be done like during like actual school hours. If you want to do like an extracurricular thing during lunchtime or whatever, like by all means. But if you're gonna spend the first 5 minutes to have like a Christian prayer, sure, you can opt out and go to the bathroom or get.
Yeah,
some
I'm
water.
not.
Now you're. But what I'm saying is now you're essentially telling everyone, well,
I've
not
already
a
said.
practicing
I've already
Christian,
said.
right?
I know that was the line that I came to.
I know.
It's like-
I'm just saying that I think prayer, because I know some people said that like devoting the first couple of like minutes of class to prayer session is okay.
Teacher should
Well,
never.
no, I think it should be like
during
between
school.
classes, so it shouldn't use like school
Okay, cool.
resources.
Yeah. That's fine.
Because like as soon as it's taking away from school resources from like everybody, then I think it's like an example of bias.
Sure.
Yeah, we've
So-
had that in between classes and at lunchtime before. I mean, it's
Which I think
not
is
like kids
appropriate.
didn't gather. Yeah, exactly. It's not like kids didn't gather around the flag to, you know, do prayer circles and stuff like that. That's not an issue. That's always been allowed.
Or
Like,
just,
moments
Christian
of silence-
clubs and stuff. I had
Yeah,
those at my
exactly.
school.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, so what do we feel about religious organizations that are not tied to the school using school grounds for religious activities?
No.
Like say it's a Sunday school, and like the local church wants to have their Sunday school, like their kids service, but they don't have the room for it, and so they just rent out a classroom or something or an auditorium.
If the
Yeah, I
if,
don't
if
see
the
the
school
problem.
if the school regularly rents out room like that, like on the weekends or whatever, if the school regularly rents out their school in that manner, then I would say they can't what word am I thinking of? They can't discriminate against the church because it's a religious organization. If the
Well,
school does not normally rent that out, then I would argue no.
All sorts
Well, I
of
think as long as they're not like
What I'm saying
discriminating,
is that-
they're not like, well, we're allowing like the Mormons to do this, but not the Muslims. Like I think that would be inappropriate. But like, I think it's fine to rent out your spaces to
even if
religious
you allow
groups.
private people, even if you allow private people to rent out the school, then you can't discriminate against the religion and say you can't rent out the school.
Mhm.
And Black Yamato, do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
it shouldn't be
I
done in
agree with that.
class?
I agree with
It
that.
just shouldn't
Yeah.
be done- Okay. Because
Like, I'm
I was really
saying-
confused.
I'm not
Okay.
trying to take away religion from schools. I'm just saying to protect certain groups. Like say if I grew up Muslim and I was in I was in a Catholic school and that was the only thing, I would feel like so alienated. So and like I don't want to get like bullied for having a different religion. That's always a bad thing. Like I know a couple of Jewish kids that had it like way harder in different schools. So
Yeah,
like I've
yeah.
seen stuff like that happen. So
For sure, if you're not a Christian in like a Christian school, it can be tough, and it shouldn't be. Teachers should be able to cut other students off. Like when I don't even know if I would allow religious debate inside of a school. It's just not the place for that.
Yeah.
And that would be like an activity that I would say it's not a practicing of religion. You're saying you're trying to debate religion. I would even argue that debate over religion shouldn't be in schools, but the practice of religion, such as if a Muslim person wants to leave class and pray, they should be able to leave class, grab their prayer rug, and go to wherever the school designates as the prayer room and go pray. I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Well, two
that's
examples
totally
of religion
different.
being in the curriculum that I think would actually be really interesting.
I'd agree with
So I
that.
know in my world history classes, right? Religion it's 1-to-1. You have to study religion along with world history. You can't separate the two, right? So I think that's like a really good part. Another part that I've actually read about, and I think I would agree with this if it's done responsibly, but I know that some schools, for like an AP literature class, they will use the Bible. They will study the Bible or another holy text. And I think that could actually be a really cool subject if done responsibly, but I'm not sure if you would agree with that based on what you just said.
No, I would not. I would not agree with a teacher using the Bible as literature for a class. No, I think
Even
at
if
that
it
point in
was,
time.
So
Yeah,
even if
why
it was like
not?
in a lesson, even if it was in a, okay, so I think I would ask this instead of just why not, right? Like would you be okay with it if it was also being taught with other religious literatures in the same curriculum?
Yes, if it was being taught with other
Okay.
religious
It was the
literatures, I would
Yeah.
be okay with it.
Because I think
If
the
it-
key is you
if-
shouldn't
if-
bias
if
towards
it's
it.
if it's just like we're gonna go over the Bible this entire semester and that's all we're gonna go over,
Mhm.
no,
Okay.
not at all.
Well,
I have
no,
a
no, no. I
question.
think it's appropriate to like study the Bible in school. The problem is it can't be taught by people who are like propagandizing the Bible. So like this is the case with like any belief system. Like I think it's fine to spend a session or like a semester studying communism. But like the communism class shouldn't be taught by like an avowed communist trying to propagandize the students. So like you
What
can
I'm-
teach these ideas, like you just can't give
Top
like
Taj, what I'm
unfair weight
saying-
to them.
Top Touch, what I'm saying is this class would solely focus on the Bible.
Yeah, I think that's
and
okay. Like as long as it's not
okay
like
for a class to solely focus on a Bible. And another
yeah,
class
because there's
to
ways
solely
to
focus
teach
on the
that, right?
Quran.
Like what if it's a
If-
class that's like critiquing the Bible and it's like all reading the Bible passages and like seriously questioning them? I think that would be an appropriate example of teaching the Bible that isn't biased in favor of the belief system. Now, it would be unfair if you just had like a pastor come in and like teach the Bible as like true to the students. I think that would be inappropriate. In the same way, I think it's like inappropriate to have like a teacher who's a communist come in and teach like Karl Marx.
So
Well, what about
you would
like
be fine.
a
You would be
devout
fine
atheist?
for like a large Christian school, like a mostly Christian school. You'd be fine with them having a semester dedicated to being extremely critical of the Quran.
I
Yeah,
think
If
Well,
this
it
is
depends on
any
what they're
class, so
being
you-
critical of. If it's being critical,
I think
of
it neutral
actual
is the
religious
thing.
tenets,
So like
that's different than being
But
critical
it
of,
seemed
like,
like
the
you're
literature
okay
that's
with people
actually
being critical of the Bible.
okay, maybe like critical is the wrong word. I mean neutral. So like they can't like
It would be-
propagandize
it would be-
for or against it, basically.
a critical analysis of the Bible.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Everyone keeps getting going. 10 minutes on this topic, then we're going to the next. So,
Okay, well, I got one question. Are you guys okay with teachers taking away religious items from children? Like a friend of
No.
mine's brought me a rosary, and the teacher like confiscated. And this was when I was like really young. Are you guys okay
No.
with that?
No.
Yeah,
No.
no.
Here's
that
the
seems-
thing, like I wore Star of David for most of my school years, like and had other things like that. When it comes to like kids wearing like cross necklaces or having prayer beads or something like that, that's different than having someone who is an authority pushing that onto other children. Or
Wait,
pushing
is
that
there
onto
anyone
children.
Is there anyone that would actually be okay with teachers taking this away? Taking away
Um,
religious
I think-
items?
I was
I think
told
I might be able
that,
to
like,
stretch
the
it. Like, what if it
rosary
was
was
like what if it was like the like Satan? What if it was like a satanic thing,
Nope.
right?
Oh,
Stripping
okay.
it
No,
away.
I would
Oh,
should
no.
get it taken away.
So
You know how
Yeah,
many
no, it's
people-
religious freedom. It's
You know how many
freedom of
people comes
expression.
to schools with like satanic symbols on shirts?
Yeah, you're
Are they
just
gonna
banning
like,
goths. It's totally unfair.
So
Yeah, pretty much.
I would
True,
ask,
I am banning goth. They should.
I would ask at the school where we're taking away the rosary, is there also like a school uniform be for like gang shit or like anything else?
Yeah, I did go to a uniform school, so that's probably what they associated it with. But I still think, like, it was a like religious thing, and it was something that a friend gave to me because because he wanted me to be like super into like the religion that he was into. So it's like, I guess it was probably for the gangs thing.
I think that is like an interesting question because there probably is like a line where like if a belief system is like, you know, directly tied to like crime in a certain area, then it's probably inappropriate to like allow students to like engage in material that is like encouraging it. Which is probably not true of like any like organized religion in the United States, but might be true of like gangs. So that's an interesting, you know, scenario.
But you don't have the freedom of the gang in the United States. So like,
well, you have freedom of like belief systems, right? So like
I
if someone's
that,
like,
but you don't have the freedom to like be in a gang in the United States. It's
but you
not a
have
freedom.
no, yes,
I
you
want the
do.
freedom of organized.
You don't have
crime.
freedom
That's wrong.
to engage in crime, but you have
It's not
freedom
illegal
to
to be in a
like
gang,
wear
right?
You
gang
have the freedom of
clothing.
assembly. You have the freedom
Yeah.
of expression and assembly. So you could be in a gang. You can call it gang. As soon as you do gang shit, then the government has a problem with it.
So I
guess,
think
yeah,
maybe
so
if like
you can't do organized crime. I guess
like
you can say
everyone
you're-
like
you can say you're a Crip all you want, but
yeah, let's say there's a
Yeah, for
school
sure.
where like wearing circles is like tied to a gang. It's like the circle gang. And they cause like a lot of crime in their community. And so like when people use like circle symbols, what they're doing is like they're encouraging and promoting crime. I think that like that might be an example of like it'd be like okay to crack down on that within a school if the if the belief system is like directly tied to encouraging crime. And that's like a really like
similarly with like if there was like a religion that was encouraging like criminal behavior or something.
yeah,
that
the
was,
religion's
super
like the murder
that was,
religion,
then
and they
you could-
believe
yeah,
that
you
like
could totally
murder's
crack down
good.
on it.
So
Yeah,
what
and I would
about-
probably put the beheading of the chicken thing probably in that same category thing.
what about the first church of weed? What about the first church of marijuana?
Yeah, they should go. The first church of marijuana, absolutely unconditional.
Yeah, we should let the
religious
people smoke
expression and K through 12. All right, every child.
I want to be
It's
able
called
to
the
smoke.
Church of the Tree of Life. We have a very strict canon, and you know, in the Book of Genesis, when they're talking about the Tree of Life, that they are talking about the hemp plant.
They are talking.
I'm just saying, I want to be able to smoke and do hood rat shit with my friends. I want the freedom of that religion.
All right, well,
And
this
other
is
matrices.
obviously this came to its conclusion of this topic. I have 3 fucking things. The first one I'm mad about 8 these motherfuckers.
You sound like a robot.
Yeah,
Yo, Alexa,
I
you're-
can't
you're-
understand
the
you.
robot. Thank you very much.
Fucking Skynet, man.
I think
It's
that
learning.
Queen Alexa is trying to draw this particular topic to a close. She did have
I
3
tell you what we
different
do.
topics that she
Yes,
wanted to
but
get us
hold
together
on.
on today.
I tell you what we do, Brain Dead.
Alexa's in a fucking hotel.
We protest against Alexa as the host, so we just keep talking about this topic.
True, we are
Okay,
moderators here,
okay,
so we could.
Here, shut up. All right, I'm fine now.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay,
Oh,
I just
since you're in
turned
that
on-
hotel, don't forget to take all the
Yeah,
sheets and shit.
Okay. I have
You're
3
lucky we
things to
didn't
rant
use it
about.
against you.
Shut up. Okay, I have 3 things to rant about. Okay, number 1, I invited 8 motherfuckers who did show up. Fuck all of y'all. Still love some of you. Fuck y'all who did show up. You know who you are. All right. Number 2, I love that the conversation was nice and structured and stuff, but
It's not what you want.
split your show. So let's spice it up just a little bit. So anyone who's watching or wants to, this is officially an open panel. So if you want to come in, join the server, join the way because we're going to be talking Roe v. Wade. So let's get into that. So
Oh,
Roe v. Wade.
Listen, Alexa,
Yeah.
my mic tried to spice it up as much as it could. It
I'm gonna need
muted
a sound
certain
clip.
parts of my sentence.
Can we get the sound bite of that?
Yeah, I want the soundbite
Yeah,
of that. I
I'm
want to
not
use it
gonna
for
lie.
my. I want
It's
that
a-
for my streams, like when people donate to me. So shut the fuck up, Black.
Hold on. Black Yamato. I'm not gonna say I didn't clip that because I totally did.
Oh,
Okay,
please send it to me.
I don't.
I
Shut
will.
up, both of you, fried fuck. Start calling goddamn slurs. All right. Roe v. Wade. It was overturned. How the fuck do we feel about this? Do we think it's right or wrong? Do you want to, make sure women can have abortions or not? Yada yada yada. So let's start this with quoting Zach here. Black, go.
I believe that. I think it was a bad thing. I believe women should have the right to choose what to do with their bodies. I don't think it's gonna be. I think it was a big scare about like people just terminating babies like whenever they feel like. I feel like those are like special cases or something like that. Okay. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Brandon.
No, I believe in abortion as a choice within the first trimester of 22, 23 weeks. After that, because you should be able to schedule an appointment to be able to go and get an abortion. After that, it should only be if the life of the mother or something just like has gone horribly fucking wrong. But I mean, like having a ban, like or having the Supreme Court go back on Roe v. Wade, again ostracizes women in states where they might be 48 to 50%, in terms of their beliefs and their needs, and this is a choice you're taking away from people who deserve to have that choice.
Holy shit, I'm so close to like banning you. You want me to debate the panel or debate you? Because I'm going to debate the panel, but if you want to debate one-on-one, I will do that, but we need to set up a time to do that, okay? Because I'm not going to like take my time out of talking to these panelists who invited me on to just like debate you in chat, because you're the only person who cares about these issues at this point. So if you want to talk, we can set up a discussion. Otherwise, I'm going to talk on the panel.
All right, these prerogatives.
So I think it was I think the Supreme Court made the correct legal decision in giving Roe v. Wade the power of deciding abortion back to the states. That was the correct legal position. I do think the states will abuse the freedom they've been given, such as Ohio. They already denied a 10-year-old an abortion. And that's absolutely ridiculous. At 10 years old, you cannot consent to sex. I don't care who you ask. At 10 years old, you cannot consent to sex, so therefore it must have been rape. And at that point in time, there should have been an abortion allowed. And it involves mother's health because of how young the 10-year-old was. So you already saw Ohio go overboard with the freedom, and there's going to be more Supreme Court cases that go back to the Supreme Court to try and like tidy this up, because there's just such a gaping hole and states are going to take control of it.
Half-dash.
Yeah, I think Roe v. Wade, it's good that it was removed. I think Roe v. Wade was bad constitutional law, and I think it should be up to the states to write their own abortion rules. I think that some of those abortion rules are bad for the state and for the future of them. So, like, I think in general, if you restrict access to abortion, that's going to have bad sociological effects. We know that there's a wealth of literature on how abortion affects a lot of sociological factors. Crime is one of them. If you restrict people's access to like control when they have children, you see increases in crime. So I think a lot of these states that are, restricting abortion, it's going to be bad for them ultimately, and people will move out of them. They'll have less capital. And I think that that's like a sacrifice that individual communities can make. If you go to a lot of these red states, it's not as if there are all these like pro-choice women in red states who like feel terribly oppressed. You talk to women in these states, they're very pro-life. And so I think it's okay if communities, set these rules for them and they're willing to deal with the consequences. I think that's appropriate. And as long as America has like freedom of choice between the communities that you live in, it's okay for people to set their own rules and regulations within the bounds of constitutional law. So would I restrict abortion if I were king of America? No, I wouldn't. I think it's probably a bad move, but I think it's okay if individual communities do that within the bounds of the Constitution.
Kid, not kid.
Hey, yeah, no, I think that restricting abortion in any sort of legal way is going to be arriving in situations where you have to enforce the law because it's the law, and that will arise in a lot of unethical situations happening from then on because of the law. By not restricting abortions and having equal access to abortions, you're just going to be coming out with a lot more ethical outcomes because nothing is being enforced on the person. And I think there's also this weird scare that people do where they think that there's a bunch of women out there that are just getting pregnant to like kill babies, or maybe they just fucking wait until the very last.
Do you think those legislators got elected, Dem Clock? Do you think maybe the community agrees with them and their positions? Do you think maybe red states are full of people who are pro-life? Maybe.
Completely legal, but it should be free. Yeah, that's it.
Franklin.
Hey there. So first off, a couple corrections. First one being that it did not return the power to the state. The state still has to justify that there is a rational connection to their law in order to allow a particular law. It just so happens you can almost come up with any rational connection to any potential law that you want to have, as long as you have some kind of general stat or a general affirmed principle for doing what you're going to do. That's called the strict scrutiny, there's a strict scrutiny. That is the lowest level of scrutiny that you can give, and that's what now exists because of the repeal of the right. So,
If you think that red states are full of like pro-choicers, I don't know what to tell you because you're just delusional about the state of the country. Like, people disagree with you and have different moral viewpoints than you do.
both in terms of attempts on changing the precedents that we have in things that you might not even consider to be related. You can go to Alito's weird characterization of the importance of potential life.
Yeah, this guy's being super pedantic with the rational basis because it's really easy to meet that bar. Like, I think the only laws that get struck down are like explicitly like discriminatory laws and stuff.
To the abortion discussion, you have a variety of different laws that are going to come forward that all deal with making rational choices about when you want to have a child and when you want a family plan. And all of those things are important, and they existed in the penumbras of the 14th Amendment. And now those seem to be gone. So
people's bodily autonomy, they can just move. If they really dislike the law,
Hey Franklin,
they don't have to
I don't know if
live
you're able
in
to
those
turn your mic up
states.
at all.
So
I have you on full blast.
the degree of tyranny.
I was asking you. I was gonna say the same thing. It's
Yeah, you
low.
are.
The degree to which governments can engage in tyranny is bounded by the freedom to exit at any time for any reason.
Here, and that's whether or not we think abortion should be legalized, or if we think Roe versus
Literally, yeah, just move, because ultimately, if states are like such horrible, nightmarish places to live in, they'll lose people, right? They'll lose, people won't move to them, people will move out of them. And so like the maximum damage that restricting abortion can do is like the average cost of moving of like $1,000.
of having a child safely. On the subject of Roe versus Wade, unfortunately, I do think that the original ruling of it wasn't completely the best ruling, and what they used to justify it might not have been like the strongest case, especially without actually getting it codified through Congress. However, overturning it, I think, is actually a pretty bad thing. Stare decisis, sorry, my legal terms aren't the best, but stare decisis kind of says that like we should be basing our decisions off previous like precedent from the Supreme Court unless we have a pretty good reason not to, or a pretty good reason to overturn it. And I don't really see that happening with Roe versus Wade. And then on top of that, I mean, with such a landmark case that has set precedent not only for women for the last 50 years, but also for a lot of other cases, it's
Yeah, a lot of companies will actively give you money if you want to go to other states for abortions. Like, I know EA does this as well. I believe so, at least. Listen, I'm not interested in this like principle of harm. Like, you're never going to like get me on this because we just have like different moral bases, moral axioms.
how powerful getting a president in actually is.
Okay. Abolition.
Yeah, so I guess my take is that Roe v. Wade was it's been said here already that like it's kind of weak constitutional law. I think Democrats had 30 years to shit into the fucking Constitution, and they just didn't. They put it off. So I personally feel like they put it off so they could use a scare tactic when Republicans come into power. However, I
leftists
personally
don't
want
believe that
fewer
people can do
abortions, and
anything
offering
ever
abortions
to
actually
change
reduces
their
the
life.
number. Offering
They think the
sexual
state needs to
education that's
nanny
like
people
very comprehensive to
constantly.
children reduces that number. And so I think just getting upset that we lost Roe v. Wade is a little bit of like a tunnel that you can like get tunnel vision into, and that there's different avenues that we have attack simultaneously to adequately provide or to provide adequate sexual health for women or just anybody in general, but specifically in this case women.
So a big thing for me is
Somebody
freedom
online.
of choice, right? That
Joel,
might be
I
like
wanna
a
thank you
guiding
again for
ethical
bringing this
principle for
topic
me.
back
I
up,
think
because
people should
frankly,
be
I
able
don't
to
think we've
choose
talked
what
about this
communities they
nearly
live
enough.
in.
There's so much to this. Honestly, I'm really
Like in my
again in
ideal
favor
world, I
of
would
a
want people
woman's
to be
right to
able
choose.
to have like some government grant that allows them to move. Like, you know, if we really want to like dig into my political philosophy, I think that would be like a great maneuver. Like making it so there are no laws which prevent people from moving, and maybe even laws which like subsidize people's moving up to a certain point. I think that would be a good solution.
What we should really do is we should take this even smaller. We should go down to the municipal level, and we should let individual cities determine whether or not they want to allow abortion clinics within their cities. Because again, smaller governments, bigger decisions, better in general. And then I think that hyper liberal cities in Texas that want to have abortion clinics can have abortion clinics, and the extremely conservative rural areas that don't want to have abortion clinics cannot have abortion clinics. And I think that geographically speaking, things are going to look pretty much the same as the way that they did back during the Roe v. Wade era if we do it that way. So I think that it would be perfect. We'll just let all the cities decide.
Okay. DK, do you have anything to add about abortion?
No, okay,
Okay.
I'll go first. All right.
All
What?
Go.
All
No,
right,
you go.
so Franklin, so you said you were against the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade because of stare decisis.
Well, it's not just Roe v. Wade; it's Roe v. Wade through Casey, which is what they actually overturned.
Okay,
Yeah.
but they overturned Roe v. Wade as well. And so what? So basically, what I'm asking is because your main opinion is because of stare decisis.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, stare decisis has been broken so many times. It's been broken in Brown v. Board.
Brown
It's been,
and Fleury and all your favorites.
but
I mean,
it's been broken multiple times.
Yeah.
And it's been broken. It's been broken for human rights.
through an
Right.
analysis.
Right. It's
and
been
a
broken. It's been broken for
reading
human
that
rights.
was
Correct.
done properly by the court, which was not.
Oh my
done
gosh! Are you going to answer
in
my
the
question or
decision
not?
you just
Are you going to answer my question?
Well,
or not?
you have to
It's
be
been broken
very
for
clear.
human
Answer the
rights.
question.
It's been broken for human rights. Correct.
I mean, broken for human rights is a pretty broad concept you're throwing out.
God, I
Also,
didn't mute
no, it
myself. My
hasn't. It's been
apologies.
broken based on like
Yeah.
constitutional law. Like
Brown
that's
v. Board
why.
Brown v. Board was broken because of human rights.
No, it wasn't.
That's why Brown,
Watershed
it
case,
was.
doing
Brown v.
an
Board was
analysis.
broken
The
because of
result
human rights.
was that like it benefited human rights, but like the reason the court reversed its decision was not like a high-minded moral argument. It was because they reviewed the constitutional literature and they decided that it didn't align with the principles of the Constitution.
Oh, it didn't align because with the principles of the Constitution. What principles didn't align with?
I don't know the exact case of Brown v. Board.
The principles,
Wanna
the
go
principles
through?
of human rights that are ingrained in the Constitution.
Okay,
Okay.
but that's like a very
So now
specific
that we're-
thing, right? Because they're
Okay.
like we need to differentiate between this because it's not like the Supreme Court is writing laws based on what they believe is like better for the country. What they're doing is like reviewing the constitutional literature, and so like I think
Right.
the argument being made here
Regardless,
by
it was
Franklin is that
Brown
like
v.
you
Board was-
need a very high bar to reverse stare decisis, and the reason why you need that high bar is because like you can't have the court constantly going back and like churning through old cases because that erodes the power of the institution and the stability of it. And so what you need
No, you're
is
right.
like
You can't.
yeah.
No.
And so like
You
I think
can't- you
his
cannot do
thing
that.
is that
So-
like he's saying that Roe v. Wade, there's not like a good enough reason to overturn stare decisis in this case. And I personally think there is a good enough reason. I think there's enough like there's enough constitutional reason to review this case and maybe think that it wasn't the best decision initially. But I think there's like a legitimate argument here to say that like maybe that line should be drawn in a different place.
So it's
And I'll
still So
clarify-
all the Supreme Court justices. I mean, not all the Supreme Court justices that voted in the 6-3 decision and for the majority have said that this is still a hotly debated case. In no way, shape, or form was Roe v. Wade ever settled law. As a matter of
So-
fact, it was never even law. It was just precedent. And so,
Again,
if you're going
precedent versus law, because
if you're
again,
going to
this is a
receive, if you're going to
misunderstanding.
receive, if you're going to, no, it's not a misunderstanding. I
Yes,
understand
it is a
precedent.
firm misunderstanding
It's
of
not a
precedent.
misunderstanding.
There's
The
a
precedent
constitutional
is
law
not
that
law.
comes
Precedent
from
is
the
not law.
precedent.
Precedent
It
is not law. Precedent
It
is
an
not law.
interpretation
Precedent
of
is
the
not
Constitution,
guys, one
which
at a
is
time.
law.
Precedent has never been law. And the reason why the Supreme Court was able to overturn this is because it wasn't codified. Precedent has never
Codified,
been
yeah.
law.
If it was codified, you could overturn that codification because it was law under the Constitution. The issue is that they've reinterpreted that reading of the Constitution. If the fact it was law,
Either way, it wasn't the Supreme Court justice's decision in the very beginning when they decided Roe v. Wade to do this. That was between the lawmakers. That was between the congressmen and the senators. We are in this mess because the Supreme Court made a decision that belonged to the senators and the congressmen. That's why we're in this mess, is because the Supreme Court made the decision and not the legislature. The legislature is the one that creates the laws. And when you try to create laws through precedent,
again,
we end
there
up
are
in these
multiple
positions.
sources of law. If
Yeah.
you say that a law should be firmer because it cannot be overturned by a court, that's a critique. But to say it's not law is illogical.
I think what he
It's just
means
not
is it's
understanding
not
what is legal.
legislation.
Yes,
So,
I agree. It's
yeah.
not.
And so I think that his point is that like Roe v. Wade and the way that it was constructed looked a lot like legislation. And that is a critique of it. And so I think like even Ruth Bader Ginsburg like has voiced this critique at different
Bless her
points.
soul.
I don't want to move to other cases that might create standards that look like a lot of law. I don't want to go down the gun route in a recent case that we're gonna talk about later in the week. But there's definitely situations where they create standards and they say these standards must flow from our decision. The issue in Roe, which I agree with Justice Kennedy on this point, is that they create a viability standard out of nowhere. The problem is that the court currently decided that they had to overturn because of the addition of that viability standard, and then moved to Casey and said, we don't understand the undue burden standard, even though there wasn't a general misunderstanding of the undue burden standard, and you could overturn parts of Roe without overturning the general principle, hence Kennedy's concurrence that makes probably the most sense on the court. My issue is just saying X is bad law and was founded on unprincipled behavior. And when we go to Justice Ginsburg's decision, she wanted it to be rooted in bodily autonomy through the language of due process and connecting it to the combination of women as a protected class.
Which would probably be
she
a
just
stronger
had a better reasoning.
Yeah, that'd probably be a stronger reasoning for the case.
I agree.
And I think like that's if we expect the Supreme Court as an institution to function properly, we don't want it to like infinitely uphold decisions that are based on poor reasoning. And so like regardless of what we think politically about like what's going to be better for like the well-being of people in states, the purpose of the Supreme Court is to uphold constitutional and legal standards. And so I think like it is a reasonable critique to say that like the 14th Amendment and the deriving of like privacy and therefore like abortion from privacy is making like several layers of abstractions that can't really be reasonably derived from like the culture and the legal and ethical laws and decisions of people writing the Constitution and, you know, in America. That's like the rooted in the, you know, the history and tradition of the United States.
We were principling from those standards. What would have happened is they would have taken the 14th Amendment and said any case that flows from this that involves privacy and the right to make decisions about yourself would have to fall. And the issue is that they suddenly made a special exception for the idea of potential life.
Yeah,
and they didn't ground that in anything.
Well, no, I think that like the important thing here is that like
legally does life exist? When
In
legally does
what-
life exist?
Under what context?
I
Do you
think-
wanna have-
I'm asking you because you said the
Because I think that's very vague.
You said the potential of the loss of life.
Sure.
Of the loss of life. So, in your opinion,
Yeah.
in your legal opinion, looking at United States law, when does life exist?
Well, I've got a question for you.
Mhm.
Where do you find the definition of potential life for this purpose? Is it from the Supreme Court saying that a tautology, that the potential of life is the potential of life?
Are you just gonna
find that
answer my
along-
question with a question?
Yes.
Or are you gonna answer my question?
Yeah, your question was pretty fucking vague. So
Yeah, there's a lot
So,
of nuance to
no,
this.
Banding
I
of time
really
is question
don't
with
agree
the-
because
going somewhere
technically,
with this.
like,
So if people would just answer questions to speaker, I'm
I can
going
answer
somewhere
your
with this.
question.
So when
There
do you
is
think
no
life exists?
definition of when life exists under current U.S. law, depending on what state, and or if you're going to look at like maybe the victim of the unborn, like the.
But
murder.
there are strong suggestions when life exists, right?
Where are those?
The idea that you can be charged with double homicide when you kill a woman that's pregnant.
Okay,
That
so
was
let's
not
go
her
down the
choice,
insurance
though.
route. Let's go down the insurance route then. If I get into a car accident, can I sue my mother because I was born with a genetic defect? No. That would be another legal principle where they said that the unborn fetus isn't recognized. Let's go down the US code and the federal code that doesn't recognize a person until they are born and a human. So there's an example of the US federal code doing the same thing. You can find many examples of where they think about what is life and where they recognize the rights of that individual child. And at no point has the US Supreme Court recognized that a fetus is a life or a child. They've created
Right,
a
the Supreme
potential.
Court hasn't, but law has. There have been laws that have passed, such as that you can be charged with double homicide
Mhm.
when you kill a woman and she is pregnant. You can be charged with
that
double homicide.
law-
Correct?
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
that's-
how- is that
no,
where we're
hold
going?
on. That's not. It's not a law. But hold on.
that's a precedent.
Yes, it's a precedent, and
It's
also,
a state law, but it's okay.
well, also, a
There are
woman has a
federal laws.
right to choose. You don't choose to get murdered.
Right, you don't.
You
I'm
choose
not
to
saying-
have an abortion at the right
suggesting you
moment.
choose to get murdered.
You
I'm
have to have
suggesting
one.
I'm not suggesting you choose to get murdered. I'm making the suggestion that in that law it implicates that there is a life. There is a strong
in
implication
that
within the
particular
law that there
state's
is
law.
a life.
The problem
And
is
that
that
was
there's no
passed under Bush
consistency.
whether-
with
whether the life-
with an explicit exception for Roe, because they didn't want to touch defining what life was. The implication was they wanted to create a double homicide and a greater punishment because there could be the potential of loss of life. And there are
Exactly.
there are cases where there was a person that didn't know they were pregnant. There was an attempted murder, and they still charged that person for the murder of the child. So that would support your position. The issue is there isn't any settled law across. Because, again, nobody's agreeing to this, and no one will say it explicitly. So if you do want to do that, create a magical law that says this is what we're going to define as life.
But
Go for that.
Franklin, because
think
there's
you
no
take my- I think
consistency.
you
We
take my
cannot.
stance. I think
No.
you take my stance way off from where it actually is.
Oh boy.
I'm okay with 5 exceptions to a ban on abortion until we have artificial wombs. This has been my stance over and over and over again, and you're pretending that I'm just against abortion entirely. I'm just trying to get you to the point where you can accept that there are many laws around the states. It's usually state laws. I'm not saying it's a federal law. It's usually state laws that highly implicate that there is life prior to birth.
So the issue is that
Can you make that agreement?
there are many state laws that imply,
That
without
implicate,
saying
yes.
that that's their purpose.
Well, yeah, okay,
They
and that's
highly
the
implicate
that's the
that there is
problem,
life
right? Because there's
before
lots of disagreement, right? And the fact that there's so many different definitions and so many different people going back in U.S. history who have disagreed about this probably indicates that like there's not a clear consensus on this that you can derive from the Constitution and the intention of the 14th Amendment because there's so much disagreement. So I think that's actually to the people, it's in favor of the people who are thinking that overturning Roe v. Wade was a good decision.
Arguably, if the Constitution, on the grounds of the 14th Amendment, upholds that protection, then it wouldn't matter about the original framing. Here's exactly what was happening at the time, unless you believe in a fully originalist reading of the court, which is the judicial philosophy of many people in the court right now, but not historically, which is what happened during the Roe v. Wade decision. Was not from an originalist reading. It was from an
We shouldn't have
extrapolation.
an originalist reading.
Yeah, I don't think it should be
Regardless.
like a purely originalist meaning, but like it does
Okay,
factor.
Can I go?
Yeah, the-
All right, can I go?
Yeah, so there's no actual reason to like point to law as having any implications for like where life begins. That's like the weirdest fucking argument that I think that you could have for
Kid,
like
I'm
a
simply kid, I'm simply arguing that it's not settled law. That's my entire point with all this. Is it's not settled law.
Yeah, and I think like the actual conversation should be going somewhere along the lines of like of the ethics involved, regardless of whatever the law might say about or whatever kind of definition that you have for life, anyways.
So can you restate what you said? Because I'm trying to make sense of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't understand why there is such like a like we're giving so much credibility to like the way that laws are structured or like how certain laws are passed when we're not actually dealing with like the affects of those laws or the affects of like overturning Roe v. Wade or anything like that. We're only talking about like the like hyper nuanced legislative values of it, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm simply arguing that it's not settled law, and it wasn't wrong for the court to go against stare decisis. That is my opinion. I don't think it was wrong for the Supreme Court to go against stare decisis in this decision because it is not considered settled law by hardly anyone that is legally minded. Now, with that being said, do I think states are going to take this and run with it? We give them an inch, they take a fucking mile. Ohio already has, and it's disgusting. But the Supreme Court was not wrong, and there'll be more Supreme Court cases that further constrict this decision.
Spartacus.
I'm sure there will be. Do
you think stare decisis is important at all?
About the affects of the
Yes, I believe it is. When it's settled, I believe that stare decisis is important.
Wait, so what do you mean by saying Roe isn't settled? Also, yeah, I'm sorry, but like,
when it's settled.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that, when it's not hotly debated between states.
That's not what stare decisis is, though.
I understand what stare decisis is, and I understand that. But when you look at stare decisis and the times it's been broken, the times it's been broken, it's been hotly debated between the states. And with that being said, especially in Brown v. Board, it was for human rights.
Wait, so
and what I'm stating is these states have laws that imply heavily that there is life prior to birth. They imply that heavily.
You think stare decisis is when, like, there's no debate in, like, the country about a law?
No, stare decisis is essentially to follow the decision that preceded you.
Yeah, which is not relevant to, like, the general opinion of the country.
But stare decisis has been broken over and over and over again. It's not consistent. You always have to, you always have to go with precedent.
What the factors are and how they were applied by the court and why they decided to go against stare decisis, or is this just the use of the word?
They decided to go against stare decisis because they didn't find the 14th Amendment as an applicable backing for the original case of Roe v. Wade. They didn't find it applicable, and they found it as a stretch of the 14th Amendment.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
you can't
so what
say
they
that
did
like
is
they
they
broke
didn't
stare
apply it.
decisis because they
Court could have
disagreed.
found another like amendment in order to justify Roe, or actually Casey in this matter, because Casey had upheld Roe.
Yeah, codify it. Yeah.
But the court could have found another reason for it to be legal. The court decided now because the court has a like majority conservative slant. And I'm not saying that, it's well, technically speaking, they're just, using their own knowledge of the Constitution and reading of the Constitution in order to make the laws or go back on precedent. But man, so much shit has happened in the last.
Oh my god, okay, Mr. Brandon, you're rambling. Let's see Franklin go. Shut the fuck up.
Go ahead.
Explode.
Here's just what I want to say when it comes to the application of stare decisis. They dodged it. They didn't apply the standards. You can see in Kennedy's concurrence that he did apply the factors. He came up with the solution, which you're supposed to do, which is you were supposed to repeal portions of the decision that allow you to continue to uphold what the previous decision was, unless there's no way you could do that and then you completely overrule the decision. So, for example, in your Plessy versus Ferguson or your Brown versus Board of Education, you could not uphold those laws in any manner because of the strict scrutiny that they placed on those rights. And so in this case, they said, you know what? We don't think there's any strict scrutiny here. It's just the rational connection. We're going to dodge out of actually applying stare decisis. And when they applied the standard, they just jumped to, we think that this couldn't have existed in the 14th Amendment because it isn't properly outlined. And even if it was, under the privacy general things, they came up with this potential life argument that they don't justify. I agree with, if we do want to move to morals, I'm fine with that too. But I'll fight law.
According to the American Bar, on their own website, it says Supreme Court applies the doctrine of stare decisis by following the rules of its prior decisions, unless there is a quote unquote special justification, or at least quote unquote strong grounds to overrule precedent. The CRS report said those grounds include society's reliance on precedent, whether the precedent defies practical workability or is a remnant of abandoned doctrine, and whether it is based upon facts that have changed so significantly that the rule is no longer applicable.
What
Great,
Franklin's
you set
saying
out my
is that,
test.
yeah, so what
Can I
Franklin's saying
do
is that
the
you
test,
should like
please?
overrule parts that are like in violation of these principles, but you should keep as much as you can from the original ruling. And so I think the disagreement with Franklin would be to say that like the original Roe ruling relied so fundamentally on these sorts of positions that are constitutionally untenable that you can't salvage enough of it. And I think that would be like the more reasonable position, the more reasonable response to that.
It relied. Well, I'm saying it relied heavily on the 14th Amendment, which it seems a stretch. Even in the time, it was seen as shaky grounds that the Roe v. Wade was decided upon. Legal experts at the time said it was decided on shaky grounds. Now, with that being said, Casey, and you're going to bring up Casey. Casey relied on Roe v. Wade to make their case. If you look at the case of Casey, if you look at the arguments, they relied heavily on Roe v. Wade to make their case.
So let me break down some of the words that you said previously. So you talked about workability standard. It's very clear that there was a workable standard that came out of Casey. Okay, Roe had a workable standard except for the viability that they added in. Hence why Kennedy took out that part, because it wasn't a workable standard. Let's go to the other thing that you raised, which was whether or not there was a where was it? I think I lost my train of thought. Go, I'll pull it.
Anyone else besides me, Taj, and Franklin?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like my biggest like frustration is that like when we're talking about like Roe v. Wade and like how it's overturned, and like we can have all of this nuance about like it's not like it's not something that should have been like moved through like the Supreme Court. This is not something that is like sustainable through law, etc. We can have these nuances, but like as everyone's really like pointed out, like getting rid of Roe v. Wade has resulted in an increase in unethical outcomes across the United States. And so like if we're talking about it like that, and then you can say like it was logical to get rid of Roe v. Wade, even though it's going to result in more unethical outcomes. Like I don't understand like what you're actually like arguing for that.
So the way I see this working, and if someone wants to say I'm wrong, you can explain why I'm wrong after. The way I see this working, Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. States are going to take gross advantage of that. And Ohio already has. And then there's going to be more court cases. Those court cases are going to Supreme Court, are probably going to go to the Supreme Court as well. And Supreme Court is going to have to narrow the decision that they made on Roe v. Wade and make it not as wide and as open as they did for the states. The Supreme Court's going to narrow it. But even with that being said, this is the legislature's job. This is not the Supreme Court's job. We are asking the Supreme Court to create law where there isn't law. And we are asking the Supreme Court to do it from behind the bench. This is the Congress, is the senator's job. This is the people you vote into office's job, not the justices.
Yeah, I slightly agree, and I think that like the role of the Supreme Court is not to like, weigh the utilitarian balance of like the results of striking something down, because you might have a law that is like going to be utilitarian good or utilitarian bad, but the Supreme Court's goal as an institution is to figure out what is legal, right? And so I think that like when we go to this morality thing and we say that like, well, it's going to negatively impact people from like my moral viewpoint, the goal of the Supreme Court is not to like cater to the moral viewpoint of America necessarily in like the present day, but just to figure out like whether or not the law that's been implemented is appropriate or inappropriate. And so I think that like the argument about whether or not it makes legal sense is really like arguing from within the bounds of the rules set out by the Constitution. So you adopt that moral framework and then you move from there, which is why we're like so concerned with the moral viewpoint and like the rules of the amendments and what we can derive as far as principles from that. And then I think you have this like sort of separate argument about what is like morally good or bad as far as outcomes. And we believe that like the way that you address those moral outcomes in the United States is through the legislative branch. So you work with people to elect politicians and have them write laws, and then they decide, they implement your vision for America. And that's not the Supreme Court's job to implement the moral vision. Their job is to make sure that it stays within the bounds of the Constitution.
Yeah, it's completely fine that it's like that there are like there's legal precedent to like overturning Roe v. Wade and like finding out like new ways to go about like making these decisions, and these are ethical decisions at the end of the day. And we can talk
Well,
about
they have
like
ethical
what direction that we would like
implications.
to. Yeah, sure, yeah. And yeah, it's totally fine to like outline like how we can make like the ethics that we agree with possible responsibly through like the legislative branch. Like that's all of that is totally fine, but like when it comes to just like the decision itself to overturn Roe v. Wade, and we can't actually point to any of these things happening. It just seems to get lost in all of this like legal jargon about like all of these things that could be possible, but not actually like looking at like the actual effects of what happened and what is happening, right? Because it doesn't seem like it's getting better.
Thank you, kid.
So again, it's the Supreme Court is not an ethical board. They're not. They don't. You're talking about the Senate and the Congress is what you're talking about. That is where ethics are decided. That is where laws are decided. And what I'm saying is this whole thing got into this giant mess because someone decided they wanted to create law from behind the bench. They wanted to legislate from behind the bench. And this honestly, this is what you get when you legislate from the bench. This is what you get when you legislate from the bench because it's not codified. This hasn't been put to a vote through Congress and Senate. This has in no way, shape, or form even tried to be codified since 1973. So, because it was precedent, and precedent was quote unquote good enough. When obviously we now see that it wasn't good enough. And so if you want something to remain in place, it needs to be codified, not just precedent. Because when it's just precedent, then the Supreme Court can overturn precedent like they've done before, and they did with Roe v. Wade.
You pointed out previously that this is an extremely rare case where they did overturn a watershed decision, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of reliance on an expected outcome from a Supreme Court, it would make sense that you would assume the court would not engage in some form of judicial activism to make a large change suddenly, correct? Or do you not believe in judicial restraint?
I think that Roe v. Wade was legislating from behind the bench.
Okay. And would you say that the laws that stopped your ability to contract and force people into slave labor via contract was legislating from the bench?
No, that's constitutional.
Okay. And what is really the difference? Because in this case, you are looking at a constitutional provision, and in the other case, you were looking at a constitutional provision, and you were reading them differently.
No, so Brown v. Sorry, what case did you bring up first? The second.
I was talking about the history of Loughran cases, which were the cases regarding slave labor through contract.
What can you give me just a case name, please?
Lochner?
Lochner versus
Yeah,
whatever
let me
Lochner. I'll just use
pull up-
Lochner.
Let me pull up the case for you.
So Lochner, that's a constitutional. It's written
Let's do
into the
Parrish.
Constitution.
West Coast
Parrish.
Hotel versus Parrish. That's the big one.
Okay,
That
so West Coast Hotel versus Parrish.
Mhm.
That was a constant. It's built into the Constitution, right? This is that you can find like what they backed up all throughout the Constitution. It's very clearly in the Constitution. Abortion, not at all.
it came
Abortion
from
was
substantive due
not at
process,
all.
which
Okay.
wasn't mentioned also, and is just in there with all the privacy cases. So if you want to do the substantive due process, which Clarence Thomas opposes,
All right. Well,
can
I'm
do
gonna
that.
look up that case since you're gonna
go for it.
All right. So what is it? West Hotel something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So-
Clarence Thomas hates due process. Said it multiple times.
West
Parrish.
Hotel versus Parrish.
Got it.
So we are all in agree that this case being overturned.
That wasn't even what you said.
Yeah.
You gave me a case that you weren't even talking about.
I was talking about
What do you
Parrish.
mean?
No, you were
He's talking
so
about
a
Lochner?
case of the court that found that minimum wage laws for women superseded a contract with lower wages.
Yeah, the Lochner
on.
era was a series of cases.
You were talking about slaves, not wages. So
Yes,
I
that was
do,
Lochner era.
I really do appreciate the gaslighting by giving me a case that you didn't
Oh.
even talk about, so I could use that case incorrectly.
Okay.
But
No, the
keep
context
fair enough to me.
certainly applies.
That was the context
The
at all.
context
Yeah.
certainly applies because if we're
I
not
asked him
saying-
to give me a case
Yes.
about what he was talking about, and he gave me a completely different case that did not include slaves whatsoever.
I think
why does it matter?
I think he set you up a little bit, but it's okay.
Contextually, it does though, because hold on. Actually, frankly, can you send me the same study or the same case? If
He
you don't
didn't
mind?
send me anything, I just looked it up. It's West Coast Hotel versus Parrish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But the reasoning behind the case.
The
is-
reason behind the
Go ahead, Braindead.
the reason behind the case is actually, you know what? Fuck it. Somebody, go ahead. Let you roll.
You're ridiculous, Braindead. Again, so when we're talking about like the ability to pay someone below the minimum wage, essentially we're saying that we're going to make this person into a second-class citizen. We're saying that this is essentially slavery, and therefore we're talking about a constitutional case again. Judges all the time have to make determinations about how we're going to apply these laws in society. You can call it legislating from the bench if you want. We can use whatever buzzwords that we want to use to like determine these things. But again, these things are extremely nuanced. And again, Sprout, I want to remind you, I'm on your side on this one because I like the
Understand.
fact that smaller governments are making these decisions. And I think that we're going to have the ability for a constitutional amendment to be made here relatively soon, guaranteeing this is like a human right, that we can't have like laws determining which medical practices people can and can't like undergo. There should be a choice made between
We're
doctors and
definitely
patients,
not going to see that.
paid.
That would require like
I'm
so much
not as
political
hopeful as you on
pressure.
this one.
With the
Um,
very best intent, I can say that Franklin intentionally tried to misguide me. That's with very best intent is the intentionally tried to misguide me.
It doesn't matter
so-
if it was slavery. What matters is the substantive.
You
due
said
process
slavery.
clause.
I said give
And
me a
that's
case where-
wage
I said-
slavery.
no,
I
said
consider that
slavery.
wage slavery.
Okay, awesome. Like I said, intentionally trying to misguide.
Okay.
All right, awesome.
I think you focused in on the wrong part of my argument.
Well, I was focusing on the slavery argument that you were bringing up and going back to what everyone thinks of when they first hear slavery. Right? Yeah. So I was asking for a case about that, and then you misguided me and gave me a case that wasn't even about that. I should have looked at the case beforehand, before I even talked about it.
School American on American law.
So that's
You
not
said
me,
Civil
not
War,
today.
Franklin. God damn it, you're not allowed to say Civil War.
So that's on me. I should have looked it up before I said something, but that was an intentional misguiding to try and get your point further, which I don't think highly of in a debating process.
I think we can all agree that like this case being overturned just opens the door for more cases to be overturned, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I
100%.
It's an indication that the court's
want,
willing
like,
to.
contraceptives and things like that.
But I mean, here's the other thing: is that like, as far as I know, Alito explicitly said in his opinion that he's not interested in revisiting these other cases. And the only justice who said he was Clarence Thomas, who was like, you know, by far and away the most conservative member. So I think that like it, on one hand, it does open up the ability to revisit other cases because it indicates the court's, you know, willingness to reevaluate stare decisis. But, you know, on the other hand, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of will from the other justices to reevaluate these other cases. So I think that, like, you know, I do believe Alito when he says that like there's a special circumstance here, which is potential life, that he thinks makes this unique from other cases, that is not present there in other, you know, extrapolations of privacy.
I mean, Alito also talked about how Roe versus Wade has been affirmed before during his hearing and stuff like that, and he even brought up stare decisis. So, I mean, personally, I don't believe.
But you do have to like
at this point.
You do have to like listen because they word these things like very carefully, where they'll say things that like it is stare decisis, but I think I'll just have to look at like the evidence when it's presented to me. So like people like. I don't know. I think that like potential Supreme Court justices, they speak very carefully to like technically be within the bounds of like what they will do when they get on the court.
Right, and I'm just saying that's why I'm not like sold on this idea that Alito is like not going to touch any of these other cases when like again Thomas has come out pretty strong against it. And
but think about this, right?
Alito.
Like if Alito was willing to touch these other cases, I don't think he would like hurt himself at all by just saying that like yes, I'm willing to touch these other cases. Like
not only that,
he's
not
a
only that, but
Supreme
if
Court
Alito's willing to
justice.
touch those, even if Alito is willing to touch these other cases, excuse me, Gorsuch, which is the new wild card Supreme Court, is probably not going to be willing to touch these other cases, and I highly doubt that. Amy Coney Barrett is going to be willing to touch these cases either. And in that case, you've got a 5-4 majority.
Yeah.
The cases won't be touched.
My intuition is that like really only Judge Clarence Thomas is the like willing to touch these cases, and like maybe you get the second most conservative justice, which I think is Alito, to like join him, maybe, but like even Alito is like explicitly saying that he doesn't want to. So I think that like I think it does open up like the door to reevaluating stare decisis, and I think that's dangerous. But in this circumstance, it does seem like the court is like not super willing to do it with these other privacy laws. So I don't know. Ultimately, like I think the stare decisis argument is probably the strongest argument for why this is a dangerous decision, and it's because like the court needs to be so careful when it reevaluates old cases and goes back on them, because it does degrade, you know, the respectability of the institution, and it's acceptable in some circumstances. And like I personally fall on the side of I think it's probably acceptable in this case to go back on it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe like we've had enough of the legal argument.
I'm just gonna say right now, honestly, like after hearing Ken Paxton from Texas, the Texas Attorney General saying that he was going to revisit the sodomy laws in Texas and challenge that in the courts, that scares the shit out of me. Completely. Especially because Texas was one of the few states that had banned sodomy based solely on same-sex relations. Not just on heterosexual, but on same-sex. In South Carolina, it was both heterosexual and same-sex. That's where I'm starting to get kind of scared when like lawmakers in certain states are starting to go, oh, well, this got challenged, I can challenge this. And if there's a majority conservative Supreme Court, which, I mean, I understand the Supreme Court is supposed to only, you know, translate the Constitution, but it's starting to get scary.
Yeah,
real fast.
It's this kind of like slippery slope argument, which in like some sense I'm sympathetic to, but I think that like we can clearly draw a line, and like I personally would clearly draw a line.
Clearly draw a line, but 16 states would automatically have sodomy laws on the books that would be triggered immediately.
I would clearly draw a line between like these other cases of privacy and Roe v. Wade, where I do think it makes sense to point out that there's like a second layer of abstraction, which is the potential life, abstraction here, which is an additional variable that is like not present in, for example, sodomy laws. Like sodomy laws are very directly just like people who are within the privacy of their own home engaging in things
Exactly.
that are consensual, and they don't involve this extra variable, which is potential life, which is seems
Texas
to be
involved the extra variable of looking at your neighbors and also stalking them in the case that you might have thought that, hey, they might be seeking or helping out someone who's getting an abortion. I could sue them in court for $10,000, and that's
Yeah.
legal in Texas now.
I
also-
strongly disagree with that as well. Like,
yeah, I think that's probably inappropriate.
I don't think so. I think the way that things are going now, it's becoming more and more obvious what's going to happen.
Okay,
And it's
maybe
scaring me.
I should
I
ask
guess
you,
I'm
because like
curious-
this is
I'm curious-
important, is like you think
Yeah,
that these
go ahead.
other cases are going to be bad, right? And like I'm agreeing with you that I think the grounds for overturning other privacy rulings would be bad and I think unconstitutional. So we agree on that. But on the Roe v. Wade position, do you think this is an appropriate, overturning? Or do you think this is
No.
also in of itself crossing the line? Because I think we should
Absolutely
stick to that
not.
maybe. You don't think it's an
Absolutely
appropriate
not.
thing. Okay, yeah. So I think that's like
Absolutely not.
maybe more where the argument should be. Because I
Well,
would
that's,
say,
that's kind of what I've been saying too, is that like a lot of the conversation isn't really focused on like what the actual like affects are of overturning Roe v. Wade. Like it's just more about like legal precedent and stuff like that. Like
Exactly.
what I'm
And
concerned
the-
about is like with overturning of Roe v. Wade, it has serious affects already, like right off of the bat. Like if you could say that like it's good to get rid of Roe v. Wade because like there's no like a legal structure for it, or that it wasn't passed appropriately or whatever. Like
I mean, my
there
guess
are
is
ways
that
to
like
deal with that
red
problem,
states
which
are going to
isn't
get
going to be
worse.
resulting in more and more unethical outcomes.
Then
And that's like
kid-
the big
then
problem.
kid- Then, kid, go pound on your senators and congressmen doors and
Are you gonna
make
tell me
sure
to fucking
and-
vote?
Whoa,
Dude,
whoa,
come
whoa,
on.
That's not never going to make a difference.
No, wait. I didn't
That's
say
how
go
the
vote.
system works. Though.
But
Like,
what I am saying is go talk to, email, call your senators, your congressmen. I've done this before. I will
Dude,
do
no,
this
no,
again.
like there are ways to have political
Spartacus,
influence.
We're talking about whether it was a good or a bad thing to overturn Roe
can't
v.
ever
Wade. That
finish
has
my
nothing to do
statement.
with whether or
Hold
not
on,
you should do something after the
let
fact.
Sprout
That's
finish.
totally
Let
different.
Sprout finish. I'm sorry, kid. I don't mean to interrupt you, but let Sprout finish.
What I'm saying is to call your congressman. I've done this. I'll do it before. Call your congressman. Call your senators. Tell them that there needs to be something different and that they need to vote this way. Let them know your constituents disagree and that they want you to vote this way. And then if they don't vote that way, vote them out of office, because the Senate and the Congress is where this belongs. This does not belong to the judiciary branch. This belongs to the legislative branch. And the legislative branch is the only branch that's going to be able to get this done without like the idea of it getting repealed easily.
Well,
I
I'm
don't see that
curious
as
now
being real.
because
I don't see
given-
that as being something that's realistic that have positive outcomes. in
Well, like,
spite
even
of
if we
Roe
could,
v.
even
Wade
if we
being
could
overturned.
codify it, I'm
So, like,
curious that, like, given the precedent of Dobbs, would the Supreme Court actually have the ability to overturn that with the same?
No,
like,
not if it's codified. If it's codified, no.
Yeah, I don't see a path to them like overturning legislation in this case, because unless there was like there's like an amendment that said like abortion is bad or something, like you would need something like on that level to overturn, which is probably a very hard argument to make in this case.
You would have to fully restrict the state's interest in all capacities in making
Yeah.
any legislation. And at that point, it would be the same grounds as Casey. So there could be a restriction on what the federal law would be if it didn't allow for particular states to engage in the behavior. They would, sue their way back up. So it's kind of a live issue legally, but from a moral context, I think we should at least, be pushing towards legislation if that's the thing that you want to vote for.
I mean, I think we live in a federalist system for a reason, and I don't think it's good to like rule on these contentious issues unilaterally across the country. I think that you go to these red states and these communities and you find that overwhelmingly they're full of people who hold it as a very sacred and very important moral rule that abortion is wrong. And I think that when you legislate across the country, you create all sorts of problems. And I think it's appropriate if these communities want to create laws that restrict abortion. I think that, like, again, like, if I were in charge of a state, I wouldn't do that. And I think that the laws that restrict abortion need to be reasonable. So I don't think that, like, you should totally blanket ban, like, all abortion ever. But I think that there are restrictions in abortion that are reasonable and the states should be able to engage in.
I mean, in the time in Missouri, they had restricted things so severely that there was one health clinic left, and that
Yeah.
Jackson brought the case.
And, like,
So,
yeah,
pretty
Missouri is
severe.
an example of, like, a very severe restriction on abortion. Like, I believe the law that is going into effect in Missouri bans, like, abortion at any time. So that would be, like, an example of, like, a very restrictive law, which is probably inappropriate. But, like, bringing the line back to 15 weeks to 12 weeks or something, that's probably an appropriate thing that the states should be able to engage in.
And
Or
you can
or
cite-
banning abortion with 5 exceptions, being mother's health, infant's health, rape, incest, mothers underneath the age of 18, which has been my stance for a long time. Is those are the 5 exceptions that should be taking place.
And almost everyone
unfortunately,
agrees
that's
with that.
common sense. Unfortunately, that's common sense, and politicians aren't going to implement common sense. And so, like, states are going to abuse, like I've already said, states are going to abuse the freedom they've been given, and it will be taken back up the court systems. And I don't know if you know this, but while it's in the court systems, the law gets halted. So it's going to get taken back up through the court systems. And when it's taken back up, the Supreme Court will probably add more restrictions into what they just left as a big open decision. There'll be more restrictions as these cases get brought back up to the Supreme Court.
4 minutes, and then we're wrapping up.
Yeah, again, there seems to be a conversation about like the integrity of institutions that isn't really focusing on like on how people are affected by these things. And that is super frustrating, especially when we start talking about like, okay, so like from here, where do we go to solve this problem? Well, I mean, you start talking to your congressperson or whatever the fuck. But like we're not actually talking about like whether or not overturning Roe v. Wade was something that has positive outcomes. We have not discussed that really like at all. We're only talking about the integrity of the institutions and whether or not that's something we can abide by. Like even with like the states' rights thing, like it's good to have states' rights to have like the freedom to make their own decisions or whatever the fuck that argument is going towards. Even though you're already pointing out that they're going to be abusing those laws anyways. So, like, what is it that you're actually arguing for when it comes to how we organize people within the country? Like, we just want the freedom to be able to like, fuck over certain people in different areas, or what?
Real fast, I'm gonna say right now, having 50 states was a mistake. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we should have more states. I agree. We should have city states.
No,
base.
no,
That's
we have
so
we should have
true.
no we should have no
More
state except for the
federalism.
United America.
We should have lots
go.
of
I
city
said it.
Every individual
states.
person should be their own
Also-
state. Every
also,
single person should be their own state.
Kid and I have our own fallacies because we're both anarchists. So it's like, oh, there should be no state, but also, what is a state, and also how do you regulate that regionally?
So
that's
Kid,
a whole different argument.
Sure, yeah. It's
So, Kid, that's not the that's what is going on. Oh, sorry. So
a whole lot of things.
Sorry, my bad. So somehow your stream got unmuted. And I was going through a loop there. So Kid, with that being said, the Supreme Court is just not what you want it to be.
No,
Like,
I get
the
that.
Supreme
But
Court
let's
is
argue about the
legally-
morality. Like, let's say,
Yeah,
like,
no,
Sprouticus,
no,
if you could,
this is
if you
the
could
ultimate
write the
legislation.
law, Sprouticus, if you could write a law that would like federally apply on abortion, what would that law look like?
The law would be that abortion is banned with 5 exceptions for mother's health, infant's health, rape, incest, and mothers under the age of 18. All of those exceptions go away once we have a viable option in artificial wombs. except for infant's health. That's the only exception that would stay. But other than that, every other exception would go away. Because at that point, it's about saving human life when you have artificial wombs, when you have a secondary option to where the woman doesn't have to carry the child. So all those other exceptions go away once we get artificial wombs. But until then, it'd be immoral, in my opinion, to continue with this and without those 5 exceptions.
And so I think that this would be.
Can you go through the 5 exceptions one more time, Sprout?
Yeah, mother's health, infant's health, rape, incest, and mothers underneath the age of 18.
One more time, please.
This reminds me of an old joke from Robin Harris, a comedian who passed away way before his time. And the
I
joke
actually
was,
don't think potential life is important morally.
"Shut the fuck up, test tube, baby."
Have we ever
And it's
gotten into
true.
this at all?
It's
But,
like,
I don't
know,
think abortion is
what do
morally
we
wrong
just-
at all.
All right, hold on. All right. I'm gonna let you finish real fast, but I want to rant here for just 1 second, okay?
How much are you drinking?
All right. I've had 2 beers, all right? But it's enough on top of medication to where it's like, okay, I can't have any more.
Okay.
So the
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna stop here and let.
Spartacus, would you like? Because you said morally, I'm curious on a legal level. Would you also be banning abortion for people who fall outside of those 5?
For people who fall outside those 5.
Yeah, I think
yes.
that's the implication. He would be like in favor of a great deal of restriction, except for those instances. So he would say that like you're not allowed to abort within like the first 2 weeks if you're outside of those exceptions. That would be Spartacus's position.
Well, I think Spartacus would say you're not allowed to abort at all, right?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I don't know if I misspoke.
Yeah, so for those 5 exceptions, I put it farther out than 2 weeks. But no, I would say you're not allowed to abort outside of those exceptions. If you have one or 2 of those exceptions, then you are allowed to have an abortion. But other than that, you're not allowed to have an abortion. And I would also, I would also try again, this is assuming I'm in charge and I'm in my like happy world where everything is how I want it to be. I would also rebuild the foster care system from the ground up. I would make adoption cheaper. You shouldn't need to have a small fortune to adopt a child. I would have it to where women get tax credits when they're pregnant. As if that kid is alive, because I believe that I believe that kid is alive. So those women would get tax credits as if that kid is alive, and any other additional benefits that they would get as if that kid was alive. And so all of those things would be implemented together. It wouldn't be just in a vacuum that law goes into place.
Yeah, and like in my
Even then, I think
ideal
you're still gonna
world,
have women like killing themselves or killing their babies to get away from having, because they don't have access to a safe abortion.
Can we
I
put
guess that's
life
something you're
insurance
okay with.
policies on fetuses? That's what I want to know. And if so, like, how long can I insure it for? 9 months. But what's my policy gonna look like? And also, like, what's
What
gonna
policy
happen?
looks like. I don't know what life insurance policy would look like. That's something I haven't dug into, and it
Yeah,
would take much
but-
longer for me to
I
dug
also
into.
want to know about
That's the issue.
investigate miscarriages and things like that, because occasionally
no.
things happen, and we got to make sure. That we get things right.
Honestly, if a doctor says it's a miscarriage, I wouldn't investigate further. If a doctor
Yeah, but
essentially says it's a
doctors are
miscarriage
scared as
without-
shit to
without-
report miscarriages.
without like other information being presented to me, if it's just like the doctor says it's a miscarriage, like okay. Now if someone says like that was my kid and it got aborted and it wasn't a miscarriage, then it may be something that might have to be looked into. But then again, I don't want to punish mothers. That's not what I want to do. My main goal and what I'm saying would be to preserve life and to preserve life for the infants that don't have a voice. And so that would be my main goal in my ideal law is to preserve life.
So what
I
if
don't think it would be, because there would still be like a large amount of people who are undergoing abortion. They're just not doing it through any safe methods. They're going through, some backyard fucking do-it-yourself coat hanger
Okay,
shit.
and there's also people that do things illegally too. Like I don't get what your point is. Should we make
Because-
theft?
because-
Should we make
because-
theft legal?
no,
That way,
because
that way
you
theft
said-
is safer. Like
No, because you said your goal is to preserve life, and I'm telling
My
you,
goal
that
is
if
to
you legally
preserve life,
enforce
yes.
This, what you're doing is you're gonna see really unsafe abortions happening.
I-
It
I-
hasn't
Okay,
been
so-
shown that
Okay, but in
any-
absolute
like,
terms,
Spartacus,
the
I
amount of
wanna-
abortions will go down.
I want to challenge you on this, right? So what if a baby were to be born with like maybe like a mental illness
think this
where
is
it
kind
couldn't
of boring.
speak, or like it would be like painful for the baby to like.
I don't know. I just wanted to be people one-on-one because we could go like so much deeper on these arguments and like actually talk about them. Like it's really frustrating because we're not actually getting to like any meat of anything. And we're just going on like the first sort of tier of analysis.
Was going to be consistently in pain and suffering throughout their entire life. That's why I add in the addition of infant's health as an exception.
Yeah, all of these lines that we're drawing are like seriously like arbitrary. Like
Mm-hmm.
at the point in which we're going to like say that like this is a life, this is valuable because it's like a human or whatever the fuck. We have to be honest with ourselves that this is all arbitrary. We're doing it after the fact. We're just kind of making this shit up as we go. And so like if that is the case, and that, you know, for a lot of people that is like an uncomfortable thing to deal with, then you really do have to deal with like what it means to be human. But like with that being said, if we think that that is like we can just seriously draw that line in some way that we could actually point to, which we can't, then at that point we can start controlling the decisions of women who are going through seriously like in a lot of cases like a traumatic event. Giving birth can be actually traumatic too. So like I just think it's silly to to deal with like life or potential life that's like not in this world and it's fucking special for God knows what reason because it has eyeballs and a fucking like a brain or whatever the fuck. But like
You're right. I'm specious. You're right.
What?
It's
You're
important because it
100%
has
correct.
a soul.
Yeah, a soul or blah blah blah, whatever the fuck you like you could say there. But like this is where you're dealing with like how much can you actually control the woman's body in that like moral gray area, which is kind of like nonsense. Like if you want to actually deal with the problem, you should deal with like
First off, I don't take this kind-heartedly when you say that my main intention is to control women's bodies. My main intention is not to control women's bodies.
No,
I've
I'm
already
saying,
said my
I'm
main
saying
intention.
that is the implication when you try and say that there is like some sort of like valuable soul inside of this woman, and therefore there are lines in which they can't.
So
cross.
I never brought up soul
Because of
because I
this.
don't bring up religion when I talk
Well,
about
No.
We
You brought
control
up the
people's
essential value of the
actions all the
human.
time. When we say like you can't engage in theft or murder, we're controlling people's actions. We're restricting their freedom in some way. But like we're restricting that
we're
to
dealing
another
with, like,
end.
a social
And so like
organization.
personally, you know, I don't think that abortion is morally wrong. So like I can't make that argument. But I would say that like my interpretation of Sprouticus is that he's got this, you know, moral axiom, which is that like potential life is important, or that like the life of a fetus should be treated as on par with the life of a child. And so he's weighing that moral axiom versus also the moral axiom of liberty and freedom. And he's saying that like life comes before freedom. So he's saying that like can't murder people. And this is an example of that, you know, that interplay between two values. So
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm challenging.
Yeah, but
That's
anything
exactly
can
what I'm
happen in
challenging,
utero. That's the issue, right? Anything can happen in utero. Now, there are
what does that
nations
mean?
and also
Anything
states.
can happen in utero.
I'm saying at any point in pregnancy, a miscarriage can happen, or like something goes terribly wrong.
Yeah, and people
with,
can
like,
fall off the stairs and like die, but that
Okay,
doesn't
well,
mean
what's
murder's
the
okay.
what's the percent chance?
Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter because
chance?
so it doesn't even matter because I've already added in mother's health and infant's health. If there's a miscarriage, then obviously that's something that would fall underneath infant's health. The infant's already dead. So I'm confused on like what exactly the point of this contention is because I've already addressed infant's health.
So
Where we saying it's an infant? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
What am I saying? It's an infant.
Yes. Where are you saying it's an infant?
Okay. Would you rather me use the word fetus? I don't know what word you want me to use. I believe life starts when a fertilized egg attaches itself to the uterine wall because that's where development starts. And at that point, they're a developing human being.
So in Jewish law, life doesn't start at birth; it starts at first breath. So I want to know, like, you know, just for my own,
Are we Jews? Are we
We don't want to
Jews
go
here?
down the religion
we don't have
route
to.
out where
We
we're
don't have
like-
we don't have to be Jews here. But I'm just saying, go
So
by,
here's the- here's
The
the-
soul
I would,
enters the body,
the
according
sperm-
to the
sperm-
Talmud.
I would contest that that's
the sperm-
misinterpretation of Genesis.
Well,
The
there's
sperm-
also
the
Exodus,
sperm-
which has like two men who are fighting, and they cause the woman to have a miscarriage, and like it's ruled that they should pay a fine. Which I think like or a rabbinical interpretation of that is that abortion is not murder. So I think that like there is like some Jewish precedent for arguing that abortion is justified.
So, brain dead. I don't use my personal religion when I talk about law, because I understand that religion should not be law. And so I keep that in mind as I talk about law, that I leave my religion completely out of it. I'm
No, I
looking at
appreciate that.
I'm looking at the science of this, and the
But it
science
is
of
based
this
on
is-
like
the science-
fundamental moral
the
axioms.
science of this, it is based off fundamental morals, but the science of this also states that when a fertilized egg attaches itself to the uterine wall, that's where development starts. And so I've taken that science and I've said that's a developing human being, and you're developing all the way until the age of 26 or 27. So why are we going to treat a human being
God,
that's
this is boring.
underdeveloped,
Oh, this is
that's
so
less
boring.
developed than you, as less important?
Why would we hold the standard that the growth of the fetus matters at that point? Because you've set a arbitrary standard where it goes all the way up to 26.
Exactly, and also
Goes
where
away
does
at
where does
26. Well, no,
where does consciousness start?
Wait, I didn't make that arbitrary standard. Human development stops around the age of 26, 27. That's when your brain is fully developed.
Okay, that I understood that, but also
Scientifically.
Guys,
where
I'm
does
gonna have to
consciousness
take off.
start? And
Let's see, yeah.
what is
We're wrapping it.
good to see you, Tapdash. We love you.
Yes, it's been lovely. Okay, I wanna. It's very hard to get anywhere deep on these discussions, which is frustrating. I think that you have to fundamentally contend with the fact that we don't exist in a perfect world means that like there need to be certain. I think there need to be certain allowances for abortion. So like in my perfect world, I think you'd have lots of different, states and different organizations that can set abortion laws, but would allow people like very free access to movement between them. So you get to like choose the governmental system that works best for you. But we don't exist in that world, which means I think we need the federal government to allow for certain like restrictions on restrictions to abortion. And I think that like 5 restrictions is a good start, or like 5 exceptions is a good start, like Spartacus is saying. But there should also probably be like some time exceptions as well, and also some exceptions or some law that like indicates that you can't punish people for trying to move out of the state. So like the Texas ruling that you can't like leave the state and get an abortion, or you'll be like prosecuted when you come back, is I think probably a little bit too scary for me. So yeah, even though I believe in like a federalized system, I think that like we don't exist in a perfect like movement, like free movement world. So you have to have some restrictions. Taft, what is it worth conceptualizing pretend worlds instead of trying to change our current system? I think it's important to conceptualize hypothetical perfect worlds because it allows you to understand like the true values of someone, right? So like when I talk about an ideal world, what I'm expressing to you really is like values, and that's sort of why I differentiate between like the perfect world and like what would be like good now. Roe v. Wade was already good enough, wasn't it? So like I think that access to abortion, like in my moral outlook, is good. But I think that like legally, I think legally it was a weak decision. So that's one thing. And 2, I think that like in a better world, you allow communities to decide on what is appropriate like restrictions for abortions within the Constitution, which means that like this is like obvious, it's an obvious like extreme extrapolation, but you can't like execute people for getting abortions because that would be unconstitutional. So yeah, Dylan Burns, what is Dylan Burns doing? Oh, I think that I should. Yeah, so like the Texas across state anti-abortion law is unconstitutional. I can't speak to like the exact constitutionality, but I think it's definitely a bad thing. Defensive as opposed to idealistic. I think that's true to some extent, which is why I think there should be like certain provisions that prevent like extreme restriction of abortions. Even though I think that like ideally you would not have to put in so many provisions. Dylan is just going over Twitch. Whoa. Or maybe, the problem is that like, wait, hold on. Hold on. Oh my god, that's pretty sick. Okay, hold up. Order, move down. Control down, control down, control down. Okay, I just don't see why we argue points that the Supreme Court ruled on when the Senate is the ones you should focus on. People will just bitch and complain because they don't have understanding. Yeah, I'm kind of. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, hold on.
Enough. I mean, I don't know what this is. What this.
Ooh, I should put myself in the bottom.
What any of this like is or is supposed to like accomplish. This just seems like she's angry for no reason. I don't know.
This
Anyway,
is
let's
so
move on. We
sick.
got other things to cover.
Okay.
Probably more important things to cover somewhere. Okay, boys.
Like, just don't do violence to people, don't attack people, don't rape people, and you won't have to open up this like Pandora's box of consequences. I think that you have some kind of like responsibility to the people around you to consider that like there's not a lot someone who's
Rose Mullet
attacked
is like
be able to like take into account
weird to me on Twitter sometimes.
there's not a lot of information they get about like what the future
But I don't have
of
anything
attack
against
will
her.
look like. So I mean, does that make sense?
I guess so. Can you repeat what you're saying? Just like the main points of it.
Said a lot of stuff. It was basically
Yeah.
just saying you are taking this position where you're asking people to do
I want to 1v1 someone.
very, very complicated math to
That's
try
all
to
I
figure
want.
out like the risk and
I want 1v1 debates.
Really quick and just like but there wasn't any detail to the story.
Yeah, for me, being from Colorado, my experience has always been too Asian to be white here in Colorado, but here at UCLA, where I'm at right
Interesting.
now, where it's a lot more diverse, I'm feeling like sometimes
how do I get the
too
chat?
white to be Asian. So no matter what, I always feel exclusion from one side, and
I've known a lot of half Asian people in my life, and this dude does not like he doesn't ring, right? Like, so if he's hanging out in like, did he say Utah? Is he in Mormon City over there? Like, they must just have the radar on high.
I think that's one of the struggles. Or like
I want to spam this man's
It's
chat.
Ella. Wait, what did she say?
Allegiance to Al Qaeda, I don't remember.
Hey, what
But
the
they're
fuck?
an extremely active terror group in
Oh, god damn it.
Somalia.
not
They
there?
hold some territory and they've been fighting for like 20 years.
Okay, it
like
wasn't.
Somalia.
It's only when you.
We still haven't done the animations.
expand it.
We can put that off. This is really interesting. And I
Oh,
wanna watch
wait,
this
hold
because
up.
They don't usually give reporters this level of access.
diinkanagii waa lagu soo duulay waxaan wada ognahay dowlado badan oo Yurub oo Maraykan leh oo Ingiriis leh iyo kuwa Afrikaan oo Ugandays iyo Burundays iyo bala aan la aqoonin leh intaba waxaa loo keenay waxa weeyaan diin
I feel like sometimes there's a lot of definitions, a lot of things that people say, whatever, right? I never did the ancestry test, whatever.
Whoa, early
Your
grace
reach
for
a bit more.
Sean?
If you can
What is she
maybe see
talking
if
about?
there is a decent amount of lobbyists in the area, you are questioning joining.
Mm.
If you make
Well,
this
if
your
we
job,
wait-
a bigger reach makes sense. But if this is more of a passion, then you may need to keep it very specific. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I changed this so that it's not follower, or I changed this so that like it is followers only chat, but it just lets you speak automatically. I was just looking at my settings and I was like, wait a second, I didn't want that. Yeah, what's up? But yeah, I mean, like, no, I've thought about it a lot, and I'm gonna continue thinking about it. We don't have to make a decision right now, you know. Like, I have both sort of avenues available. The other kind of sticky thing is that, like, if you're a politician and
Spanish, I don't speak Navajo.
And
I never had
these eyebrows, I can't get my eyes off of it.
I
I can't get my eyes off of it.
don't.
My brother.
I mean, I see the eyebrows. They are intense as fuck.
Speak Spanish. I don't speak Navajo. I never had a quinceañera, so I'm not really like.
Bro, I
100%
would
in, like,
love to schedule a
What's
debate
wrong with her
people.
eyebrows? They don't fit XQC's beauty standards or some shit. I have
Definitely
no idea
DM me.
exactly.
Me, right.
All for me, what I just noticed is just they got like the 90-degree angle. Like they're very harsh.
Yeah, mostly with my mom's family, who's majority white, and then my dad's family lives farther away. So soul food and all that stuff I kind of missed out on, and I got to kind of explore later. In
Yeah,
life,
she put a contour around them.
but that's something that I always wish I had.
I'm glad we all got to talk.
Yeah, that was a good discussion.
Oh my god, my ears out. I'm making fun of my people's eyebrows. I'm reporting. No, I'm making fun of everybody's eyebrows.
This reminds me of that white
Yeah,
supremacist.
Joseph Goebbels lose the first red tuber. So
That
true.
is so funny.
I was thinking when girls like they draw the eyebrows on and they make like shapes or something like that. It kind of looks like a.
His like story was not as consistent. There were some things that had some detail, and then
It's
some other
troll.
things that were
It's
a
troll.
lot less detailed.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, this guy, he could be it. This guy really could be it.
I mean, my man stayed signed the entire game.
Sucks to lose, but it's all good.
Raise your hand if you think the mole is still in the box and you would like to continue the game.
When the group eliminated Devin, I think we found them all. I think we're good now.
If the light turns green, that means you have voted the mole out.
Nah, they
and you all
lost.
win. However, if the lights turn red, that means the mole is still in the box.
Who can I bother right now? Who can I bully into a debate? That's my question. Who can I bully into a debate?
How skilled she is at making others miserable. That kind of behavior defies numbers. I don't care at that point how many subscribers you do. or
Demon
don't
Mama's
have.
on
You're just a
Twitch,
giant
right?
piece of shit. I'm gonna pull attention away from Rose herself for a second, and I'm gonna dive into the video that she made. It wasn't good. It was reaching, it was silly, and as I said earlier, it was pretty boring.
You're the last one standing. Bro.
The points that Rose made were so poor that I felt that the message she spends so much of the video reading off of debunks what she's already saying. No matter how many times she reiterates that what she's saying is worthwhile.
What
or
debate are
important,
they talking about?
and I feel comfortable just reading the
Apparently Rose is in Twitch chat. Oh, okay. Hi, Rose. Welcome.
message back. Now, this section is just for Rose Malay. Pretend I'm talking to Rose Malay, not you. I'm talking to Rose.
Oh, is it Rose
hi,
Malay?
Rose.
I thought it was
Do you wanna
Rose
pursue a
Mullet.
lawsuit against me? I mean, if so, go.
What?
Right ahead. If you want to go to court, that's your own money to burn. You do not have a case against me, and you will be laughed at for pursuing it. Your case will flop because you never had a profitable.
I think it's
plan to
Rose
begin with.
Mullet. Or
You
Rose
never had
Mullet.
any measurable analytics to detect a noticeable loss in funds from my actions that I may or may not have taken. The video that you're suing me over in question doesn't mention your name, and it doesn't violate any slander laws. You are clearly super ignorant with how these laws work. You do not stand a chance. Although I think you know that you would fail deep down because Harry Phillips informed me that you never intended of actually filing a lawsuit. You just made it up for attention. You're a coward and you're a liar. I would have tackled you head on in a heartbeat. You would have floundered, you would have lost spectacularly. I hope you know you would have lost deep down, otherwise you're an idiot. The only way that you will ever end up on an arena stage is if you're working as the janitor, cleaning up after a show. I have seen tapeworms less parasitic than you. I've chatted with 15-year-old weeaboos with more
what the
self-awareness than you have. I hope that this video and the phrase tainted meat come back to bite you down the road. I hope this video and your videos serve as a monument to your disgusting and toxic behavior. I hope tainted meat serves as a reminder to your desperation, your hypocrisy, your heinous mistakes, and all the times that you made people feel worse than before they started talking to you. As I said in the last bit of
This
that
is
massive
crazy. I
DM
have
that
no
sent you,
idea
you are the
what
one who's
Rose
done the
Malay
most
did.
harm to your image. You and you alone. Since it's clear that you have not changed since I released that diss track 1 year ago, I felt, why should I even bother writing a new diss track? So here's that song.
But yeah,
It's called
Rose Malay
Tainted
like
Meat,
hates me.
Tainted meat, tainted meat.
No,
Piss
she's
off, Rose
debating the
Malay.
quartering.
I hope I never see or hear from you again.
Read
Oh
through
my
her Twitter.
God.
I don't want to read her Twitter.
She's getting fucking roasted.
Sounds boring. Apples should talk to me though. I would have such a nice conversation with her.
Entitled thing I've ever seen. And sex or attitude's too much to bear. We're talking Berenstain. Man, it feels wrong to roast someone just
Oh my god, 10 minutes.
In the presidential state of affairs, and you're insane if you think Obama will go somewhere. And I'm concerned because you're not very self-aware. And I've seen some thicker skin in a bag of gummy bears. I'm sad to say that song's gonna be a theme, because your vids are some of the worst I've ever seen. The time of mine that I spent on your channel ain't worth, because half your shit's still shot in a cell phone portrait. I hear you panicking, but girl, this ain't no disco. See you dancing around, you can't seem to let this go. If you weren't talking smack, you still be at zero. You know nothing about roast, so here's some info. 1, you gotta set the stage. 2,
DM her mods? Who are her mods?
you gotta hold some face. 4, you gotta keep up with my pace.
Well,
Make good content, you wouldn't need the drama. Got a pretty good heart, you're only fan.
I don't know what I would debate her specifically about, because I have no fucking idea what her positions are, besides that she's a lefty.
This Rose.
I'll give you an outro, just to be nice. Okay, hold on. Rose Malay, you've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Oh, Rose Malay wants to comment. She's probably going to get let on, because this is like directly talking about her. But isn't she,
For
she's
that extreme
currently
position.
debating.
But it's a lot more
This guy.
moderate
Holy
and it's a
shit.
lot more layered than you lead on, and
'Cause
it's
I thought about it,
understandable
I'm
that it
sorry.
would be. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
dude. Again, I'm trying to like give
She's
you some
currently
charity here. I'm
debating
not
this
trying
guy.
to
Okay,
like.
okay,
And
you're
asking
good.
to be
Yeah,
let
I
on
apologize
Kevin's.
that this wasn't what you expected it to be.
No, again, it's fine.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh,
Uh-oh.
she disconnected? I wonder if she's coming back.
I'm guessing she'll come back.
Yeah, maybe her computer died or something. Or her phone died. I don't know. Because it looked like she was in the middle of a sentence. Oh, she said her phone died.
Right.
Thank you for the subscribe, Sidewalk Chalk. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Did she say if she'll be able to hop back on?
She said that she'll be back. What is the debate about here? When, if ever, is violent or lethal self-defense justified, Taftaj? Also, hello, Taftaj. Welcome. Are you streaming right
Hi,
now?
Taftaj.
You want to jump in, Taftaj? Yeah, join the lobby in the Discord.
I gotta find Stardust's. Oh god, what's her Discord? Oh, Stargazers probably? Yeah. Hello, Rose.
Phone died. I'm back. I'm back. My phone was dead. Apologies.
No problem.
What did I miss? My phone was
Nothing.
at. It was. Okay. I didn't miss anything. Oh, why is Tap DJ here? Was dead. Apologies.
Bye.
What did I miss?
I might not
Well,
be
she
here
said
for
drag-
long. I don't know.
Okay.
She said drag me in, so I
why
I
is
was
Tap
like,
DJ
yeah, come in. So yeah.
Do you want to say anything?
I might not be
Because
here
I've
for
had
long. I
some
don't know.
drama with you on Twitter before. I don't know if that's what this is about, but
No, I
was
don't.
like, yeah, come in. So yeah.
What is the
Do you
current
wanna say anything to me?
positions
'Cause
on
I've had some
violence?
drama with you on Twitter before. I
Oh,
don't know
shit.
if that's what this is about, but
No,
So
I-
we were talking about specifically in reference to that tweet with the anti-rape device.
Oh, interesting.
And how far is violence justified? How far are you willing to justify it? At what point is it no longer acceptable?
Because I'm
I think
pretty
where
like
we landed
pacifist.
is no knives. I think with the land we cut it off at knives, no pun intended. So
Interesting.
We were just talking about how if somebody's assaulting you, like physically or sexually assaulting you, there's no way of telling how much that situation is going to escalate, right? You don't know if that's going to eventually lead to your death, right? So are you justified in defending yourself, and if so, to what extent?
Well, I think there's like a moral and a strategic question, right? Because like the strategic question is like, if defending yourself leads to like worse harm overall, like it leads to you getting murdered, then obviously it's not good to defend yourself in that scenario. But like maybe a more interesting question is like, if you know that you can successfully defend yourself, is that then justified? And like I would say that like you're justified in self-defense if you know that like you can self-defend effectively without escalating to the point of causing like more harm or significantly more harm, right? Like if someone's burgling your home, you can't like kill them and their family because that would be like ridiculous. You can't like brutalize their corpse or something. But like you would be justified in like physically stopping them.
So we did touch on like, the right to defend your home and your family a little bit, but we're more interested in like what your what level of defensive violence can you employ to stop a sexual assault, basically. The vast majority of like the framing of the conversation is around an aggressor who is attacking and sexually assaulting you, and basically like what level of objective like information can you have about the long-term outcome, and what that factor, if any, does that play in your right to like use violence to up to and including like lethal means to defend yourself. So should you have to just sit there and take it if you don't know 100% for sure that you're going to be murdered at the end of that interaction, or if you have like even good reason to believe that you won't be murdered at the end of that interaction, does that mean that you no longer have like the moral justification for defending yourself violently if someone's trying to suspend your physical autonomy in the case of a rape?
Well, I think the other factor here is that we want to allow people a certain degree of self-defense because that can like deter people from engaging in violence. So like, you want to have people have like a degree of leniency with the, how much self-defense they engage in, because you don't want people to feel like they're totally entitled to engaging in enacting violence against people with no repercussions. So like, we talk about like property rights and whatnot. And there's, the famous blade of grass example where like someone comes up and they steal a blade of grass from you. And, that's not very harmful, but like eventually they'll steal infinitely from you. So I think that people agree that there's like some degree to which you're allowed to engage in self-defense to prevent future transgressions on your personal property and well-being.
I would say, like, in an instance, like, if someone is going to mug me in public, I'm just going to let them take my money. Not everyone's going to respond in that way. In my instance, I just want to be out of that situation and be safe. Obviously, when it comes to like rape, that's very more extreme and different. So I understand people having like a much more violent response to that. I just, like I said, I mean, I don't know how much of this you caught. I guess my general opinion was that I think it should be like a last resort, and that, like, you know, generally speaking, if there's a way to not be violent or use non-violent means like a pepper spray or a mace or something, then that's the way to go, generally speaking.
Okay, so again, this is that comes back to like the utilitarian calculation of like how can you in the moment like make some kind of determination about like how much net good and how much net bad will be achieved by like stabbing this person who's sexually assaulting you with the knife you have in your pocket. There's no real like
Well, I think the thing here is that like we want to, as a rule, allow people to engage in self-defense because it discourages the act of aggression in the first place in the future. And so if you allow people to engage in self-defense, then you
Sorry, guys,
discourage the
got
first
real choppy
aggression.
for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry, Taj, go ahead.
Yeah, so you discourage the initial aggression, which is quite good, because if you discourage the initial aggression, then you have less need to engage in future self-defense. So the total degree of violence decreases overall.
Do you want me to? Sorry.
Okay, you're still here.
I'm sorry.
Go, you guys go ahead for a second. I'm gonna switch my Wi-Fi source real quick, so it's getting a little patchy. I'm just gonna fix it.
No
real quick.
problem. No problem.
Yeah, you're good. Taft, is there anything you want to address to me specifically? Like anything you want me to respond to?
I don't know.
I
I haven't
heard
followed the
something.
conversation that deeply, so I'm just putting out opinions here.
I did hear something. I heard that. I'm so sorry if this is going to sound really offensive. I know that Rose said something about Taftage on Twitter about transness.
What did she say? The dysphoria mind reading thing, where she doesn't believe I have dysphoria. Is that the thing?
I don't want to get like NSFW, but like it was about. Remember, I had like that picture that you like quote tweeted because I was like, you know, I don't think like people showing their bodies pre-op stuff. That was me.
Okay, yeah, and you were the person who was like, if you post pictures of your body on the internet, or if you post pictures of yourself, if you post picture of body parts that you're dysphoric about on the internet, that means you don't have dysphoria. I mean,
It makes me ask a lot of questions, and I think that it's harmful to trans people. Yeah.
I think it's, I don't know. I don't know if we really need to argue it, because I think it's just kind of a stupid position to have. I don't know if there's like, you can really go that deep on it. Like, obviously people can like, not like a body part, but still post pictures of it on the internet. Like, people who have like physical deformities, but are still confident posting themselves on the internet. They might not be happy with that physical deformity, but also okay with people seeing it.
I guess to me, it's like, first of all, if someone's own comfortability level is different from another person, I don't think that inherently makes someone like invalid as a trans person. But it's like when you put that on the internet, it like, first of all, I think that it helped create and encourage this culture of chasers that we currently see. And it's like, I want, like, as a trans woman myself, I want people to just see me as a normal cisgender, basically, woman, right? I don't want people to see me, and like, that's the problem is I worry that people are just going to see trans women in that way. It's going to cause these misconceptions, I fear, within trans people. And I just think that it's
trans women as
harmful.
what?
What do you mean?
You said see trans women as that way, but what way?
It's just when someone is like comfortably showing parts that we're supposed to be dysphoric over, it sends the wrong message to people, right? Like,
What's
it
that
also
message?
like makes trans. It sends the message that like trans people aren't really dysphoric, and sends the message that like trans people are like more like.
Because I think there's a difference between being dysphoric about something and being ashamed of that body part. So I think that, like, again, with the example of someone who is disfigured, that disfiguring can cause them like real psychological trauma, and they may be uncomfortable with like a disfigured part of their body, but that doesn't mean that they are necessarily ashamed to demonstrate it on the internet, or by like showing like their disfigurement on the internet, they're advocating to people that like being disfigured is okay. Like if someone, you know, experiences an acid attack and they post themselves on the internet, they post like selfies, I don't think that's telling people that like acid attacks are okay or that they're like totally happy with being disfigured. I think what it's demonstrating is that they're not like ashamed of their body and that they're okay with people seeing it.
But I am ashamed of my body. That's the
Okay, so
reason
then
I'm
don't
trans.
post it, right? So like that's your personal move. And like if you are ashamed of your body, I think that that's like you're not obligated to post your body on the internet. And I think that like if people are extrapolating, like if someone says that like one person is not ashamed of their body, therefore like no one is ashamed of that part of their body, I think that's a ridiculous, you know, extrapolation. You can't really take responsibility for all the ridiculous extrapolations that some tiny portion of the population will have.
This kind of
so
comes
yeah,
back to the issue of like using charged language to make your point when you really don't feel like very strongly about or like have a very like well fleshed out thought about that opinion. Like calling something like saying you don't like something is substantively different from calling it like harmful. The implications there are pretty significantly different. And what you said was that like the images that Toph was promoting are harmful, which like it sounds like what you really mean by harmful is like they trigger like an insecurity in you personally that you find really like difficult to deal with, and like something that you feel like, you know, is not like the way you want to be defined as a trans woman, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's like any greater harm being caused to like trans women in general.
I think well, I think she would just say that like when I post, you know, pictures of my genitals on the internet, people see that and think that trans women in general are comfortable with their genitals, and therefore it's comfortable, like they're justified in like talking to trans people about their genitals, or like going up to trans people and like fetishizing their genitals, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
And so I think that like the way I'd respond to that is by saying that like the idea that because one person posts their genitals on the internet, that like it's okay to go up to anyone and like assume that they feel a certain way about their genitals is an unreasonable extrapolation. And I don't think that most people are operating on this kind of interpretation where because one person is comfortable with something, all people are comfortable with something. And so I don't think it's like my responsibility to like make sure that I'm catering to like every person who might have like a crazy interpretation of the things that I post. Like if I post myself on the internet, you know, some people might believe that they're like receiving messages from God or something, that like I'm telling them that they need to go out and like commit a crime. I don't think I'm necessarily responsible to like actively curtailing that interpretation, because that kind of interpretation I think is would be so rare, and like the general culture is already telling them that that's not an adequate, you know, interpretation of what I'm doing. And so I think also like when I post my genitals, I think if someone looks at me posting my genitals and then makes the extrapolation that like, well, all people are okay with me like talking about their genitals to them, I think is probably a pretty extreme extrapolation. And if anything, I think it would be more on the level of like sex workers, right? Like if someone sees me posting my genitals, they might think that like, and I'm okay with them like talking about or fetishizing my genitals, they might think that like all sex workers are okay with that. And I think that would be like a more likely interpretation than thinking that all trans people are.
Yeah,
If
so
I can, sorry, just before that, I just wanted to say thank you, Kidnotkin, for the raid, and guys, consider subscribing. I do this like 6 to 7 days a week. And then there was something else I was going to say, but I forgot what it was. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I have to think about it. I think that there's like there should be like, I think that when people do that kind of stuff, there's like not really regard of how that affects the greater trans community. I would say like I'm against porn in general. I think porn is harmful and regressive and it's just not good. But I'm more specifically against like trans porn specifically because it first of all, like a lot of the slurs, like I don't want to say them, but like the T slur and the S slur, I guess, blink male, you know what I'm talking about? Those stem from like trans poor communities. It builds a community where it's like people don't see us as human beings. but they see as like it basically it's like basically treats trans people like freak shows and weirdos. Like I understand it's probably evolved since then, but it's more like a novelty, and it's like I don't like people viewing trans people that way. I don't like people viewing trans people as like sexual beings for the parts that we are dysphoric for. Like essentially, porn, it's like a glorification of like a showing off certain parts of your body. When it's like as a trans person, like the definition of being trans is you are dysphoric about this stuff. You want to change this part of your body, and hopefully, fix your body to become like a cis woman's. And so I see that, and I think like that's just not good for a trans person at all. And I don't want people to see that and like think all of these things about trans people. I know that it's just not good for trans people, and I hate this culture of it.
I think it's kind of like a video games are the cause of violence argument, where you're like looking at media and you're extrapolating and saying that like, well, because like things are presented in one way, like there's pornography that's like very violent towards women, right? It's like BDSM pornography. But I think we should be able to like trust people in like a just society to be able to differentiate between the media they consume and real life. When someone is in Call of Duty and they like murder 26 people on a kill spree, I think we need to trust people to recognize that like they don't exist in Call of Duty, and that like, there are games where you can kill people, and that's okay, and people are able to differentiate between the media they consume and real life. And I think pornography is the same way. I think that there are ways to consume pornography that are unhealthy for the individual. So like there are ways to consume cake that's unhealthy for the individual. There are ways to consume alcohol that's unhealthy for the individual. And yet we allow people to consume cake and to consume alcohol. And so, I follow maybe more on the libertarian side of these things, but I think that people, we have to trust people to be able to do with their body what they will without, involving other people unconsensually. And we have to trust people to consume things in a safe way. And if you believe that like people are taking something away from media that's not good, then you also need to like talk to them, right? And just be like, hey, I don't believe that like you should dehumanize trans women, which obviously I believe. And like, I personally don't use some of these words that you're talking about, because I think that like, I'm not interested in like veering into that arena.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna bring up also, we there are plenty of like teenage girls who and boys who have body dysmorphia who still end up posting their images on Instagram and the like, posting their bikini photos on Instagram and TikTok and things like that, right? So
I do think that there maybe should be like special restrictions. Like obviously there's already special restrictions for pornography. You can't post pornography if you're under 18. But also with like Instagram use for like teenagers, I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that it's probably harmful to mental health. So I think when we talk about minors, we can have a lot more restrictions on these sorts of things.
Yeah, I just want to say I think it is a lot different in this instance. Like when you're talking about like bikini photos, like being dysphoric about like or not liking your body, than like actually having a body part that shouldn't be there. I think that's different. And when Taft AJ mentioned, what did she mention? Something about comparing like the dysphoria to video games. Yeah, video games. I don't buy that like comparison. I think that when a trans person is posting pre-op parts to the internet, that's not the same as a video game where it's like clearly obvious to the person that like this is not like real life, no one's actually being harmed, but this is a trans person choosing to present themselves in this very way that like promotes misconceptions about trans people, and in my opinion causes societal harm that we see in the way that people treat trans people, and I don't like it. It makes it difficult for trans women just looking for genuine relationships, and I do think that there's like societal harm here. This isn't really helping. I think it's hurting trans people. And like I said, we're supposed to be dysphoric over these parts, not like posting them all over the internet. So I would say that like I don't like seeing people do that. It genuinely bothers me. Like
So this is kind of what I was trying to say. I didn't mean to say that like you haven't thought about this issue. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is that like the way that you're thinking about this issue is like you're responding, like you're taking your emotional and like your personal response to Taftaj's content and like content like that. You're making like an observation about the way trans women are treated in society and some of the challenges that they face and stuff, and you're like associating these two things where there's not actually like any real connective tissue, because the people consuming a lot of this content probably aren't the ones that are also like perpetuating harmful legislation and stereotypes and stuff against trans people. And this is like, you know, a white cis male, yeah, like fucking piping up in a conversation about trans culture between two trans women. So feel free to tell me to shut the fuck up. I was here before you.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying you can't speak about it. I never said that. But okay.
No, I'm just kidding, guys. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely say like this is something that impacts me personally, so I feel like I have a right to like comment about it.
I
You
didn't
know
say
what
you
I'm
didn't
saying?
have a right to comment on it. I think you have a right to comment on anything and everything. Like, please don't ever take anything I'm saying to mean that like you should shut the fuck up and sit down. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm only like adding my 2 cents because I am like here having this conversation with you. I've watched you have a few other conversations, and I noticed like that there seems to be like a theme where like you make a statement and then like, you know, some other person has like a very, very different interpretation of it than you do internally, and you kind of like have to walk through what you mean in real time.
So,
I gotcha.
Rose, the reason I bring up video games is to point out that sometimes there are scenes depicted in media that depict actions that we wouldn't want people to engage in real life. So, like, if there's BDSM porn that portrays like violence against women, or it's like scenario where it's like casual, like free use, and like a woman is like engaging in sex publicly or something. That's not something that we want to like have people doing in real life. We don't want people going up to women in real life and like trying to have sex with them or being like violent towards them in a sexual way.
Yeah.
So that would be bad, right? And yet I think it's okay if there's pornography that depicts these scenes, because I trust people to be able to differentiate between pornography and real life in the same way that I trust people to differentiate between video games and real life. And so when we have trans women who, you know, show their body parts on the internet, I'm trusting that people don't think, well, because this person is showing their body parts on the internet, I can go up and like look at their body parts in real life, or like, you know, start asking them questions about their body parts in real life. So I'm trusting people are able to differentiate between like the internet, where people are choosing to post themselves, they're engaging in that consensually, and going up to someone and interrogating them about their body. So that's sort of, that's the analogy there.
Hey, yeah. Can I ask after?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the question that I had was like back to something that you mentioned just a couple minutes ago, that you would potentially be in favor of like specific restrictions for minors' participation on like social media and things like that, because you think that like obviously I think I've heard of some of the studies too about the negative impact that Instagram and social media outlets at large are having on like young psyches and stuff. But I don't think that effect necessarily like drops off at age 18, or that we suddenly become more like immediately or spontaneously more cognitively capable of like assessing what we're looking at and like taking a more like sober view of it once we turn 18. Like, where's the age of majority like factor into your like trust that people are going to like consume and interpret your content the right way, but that like how does that mesh with 17, 16-year-olds maybe needing to be restricted from social media because they're not like interpreting the content they're consuming in a mature way?
Yeah, so as far as I know, the literature that we have is really focused around teen girls. So as far as I know, there isn't a lot of literature to suggest that like adults who engage in social media use have the same kind of effects. I think it's really like with puberty development and the emotions, you know, involved in that, you really see this effect magnified. So that's one thing. But like the second thing is, I think that the issue is really, like, when it comes to adults, more the mechanisms, the algorithms behind social media that are causing some of these bad effects. So I think that, like, if you were to change, for example, like systems, right? Or like hiding likes might be like a way to solve this. But I don't think that, like, actually, I think posting itself can be something that people can engage in healthy ways or unhealthy ways. And so I think that, like, it's wrong to just say that, like, all self-posting is bad. And we appeal to, like, the negative effects it might have on an individual. Whether it's bad or not really depends on, like, how they engage with it. And so, like, I'm trusting that I think adults have more responsibility for how they engage with it. And if they choose to engage with it in a bad way, I think that's probably, I think that that's their right. Whereas I think with children and minors, society takes, like, a special moral responsibility for ensuring that they're not engaging with things in a negative way.
Yeah, but we also draw very arbitrary lines all across, like, those societal barriers about, like, at what age you can start participating in, like, X, Y, and Z activities, because we've determined that your brain is at, like, such and such developmental stage.
Yeah.
Consuming certain illicit substances isn't a privilege that comes along with the age of majority, for instance.
It
but
is, like,
being able to
it's a somewhat arbitrary line, right? And, like, there are going to be some people who are, like, 26 and are not emotionally mature enough to engage in, like, posting themselves on the internet in a way that's healthy. And there are going to be some people who are 16 and that is going to be, like, something that they can engage with in a healthy way. So I think that, like, we just have to, like, make a line somewhere. And I think that, like,
that's a fair answer.
Yeah, I think the line that we've taken in society is that, like, we have a special responsibility for people under 18. And so that's what I would go with.
Okay, if I could just make a quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Star.
And then I want to speak after.
It's a little bit unrelated, but I have to announce it because it's important. So Keffel's the other day, and she's been continuing to say this about me, how I could platform so easy to, it's so easy for me to platform, neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but God forbid I platform any trans people, or interact with any trans content creators. Can I just say, okay, that I interact with trans content creators far more often than I interact with white supremacists? Can we confirm that right now? So, and also, right now, if anybody's doing if she wants to make that irresponsible platform argument, she's talking to the quartering right now. So, so who's the one doing irresponsible platforming?
I think she just doesn't like you. Like, a lot of these attacks just come down to, like, do I like the person? If I like them, I'm going to find, like, ways to excuse their behavior. If I don't, I'm going to find ways to attack them.
Yeah, can I respond? I've been kind of waiting to
Sure,
say
go
it
ahead,
for a
go
long
ahead.
time.
And Black
So-
Tomato, I added you in chat. If you can just respond to me. Sorry, go ahead, Rose.
So I wanted to mention the video games thing because you made that comparison, like how video games are like not real life and people can make a difference. So I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think about like video games that depict like violent rape and like sexualize women in very like skimpy outfits and like not treat them the same way that they treat men? Do you think that that's fine too because they're just not like real life? It doesn't make like any difference that they could just do whatever they want and like depict like the worst kind of things. I mean, that's what Gamergate was all about, saying that like actually like you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I think people should be able to make the media that they want to and consume it. And I think that, like, art is subversive, and like there are movies like Clockwork Orange, which are like incredibly violent, but like, I don't think it's our business to be like regulating art.
Okay, but can you not also acknowledge that like these depictions do impact real life like events? Like it does change the way that people view things in like real life. Like it does make an impact and it does make a difference. Like I think it's silly to say like the way that we've depicted women in video games has no effect at all.
No,
'cause it
I don't
absolutely
think so.
does.
Because I don't think that like people are gonna watch Clockwork Orange and then be like, oh, rape is okay, and then like engage in rape. I don't think that relationship like is strong. I think that like if you force someone to like watch Clockwork Orange like from a young age maybe and like only watch that movie over and over and over, like maybe you might cause like them trauma, but that's like a very
that like a scene in Clockwork Orange?
yeah exactly. Like I think you can like mess with people's brains by like extreme or like forced exposure to things, but I think that like if someone's brain is wired in such a way that they're willing to engage in violence and rape, I think that like that's probably already the case before they see violent media. And
we've also done like pretty extensive studies to try to draw some connection between like the consumption of violent media and violent behaviors IRL, and the evidence is pretty much non-existent. Like there's obviously like some studies out there that will make some, like draw some loose connections, but the vast majority of the data seems to agree that there's almost no relationship between like the amount of video games that you play and the likelihood of you committing an act of violence in the real world. So
Well, yeah.
when you say like, don't you think this is true, you're making a claim that's been like empirically tested, and you need to be able to cite some kind of information to support that claim if you're going to make it from like an authoritative place.
Thank you guys for the gifted subs and for the bits, by the way.
I don't I don't think that video games or violent media makes people violent. I think what it is some people like have like issues, and they use that media to use that media to like enact like their type of violent tendencies. This argument sounds like it's like the whole video games made me commit the crime thing, and I think that's like a pretty like old argument for people who just don't want to take responsibility.
I just changed my title to Stardust with Consent, Weaponizing Trans Identities in order to defeat Keffels right now. I hope that's okay.
Wow. It's good, yeah.
Okay.
Use me as a pawn, Stardust.
Thanks.
It's not just good, it's accurate. So
It
keep up
is
the good work.
accurate, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, Portland, for gifting a tier 1 sub, by the way. Right. Clockwork Orange. Does that have a lot of violence against women in it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I never saw that.
I've never seen that either, so I don't know.
It also has a, you know, fairly iconic like conditioning scenes where like people have their eyelids suspended open and are forced to watch like horrible imagery for, you know, certain amounts of time to like warp their psyche. And it was just kind of ironic the way she phrased like, oh, well, if you Clockwork Orange somebody with Clockwork Orange, it was like, yeah, no, that would definitely fuck somebody up. But
Like, do you think movies like Saw, like, or like more like movies like Saw can like alter someone's perception of like of reality and stuff?
I think
on an individual basis,
I think the
maybe,
chance
but,
of this is like extremely low. And like the vast majority of people who consume media like Saw are consuming it in like a responsible way that is not going to damage them. And so I think it's like I brought this up where like you can consume alcohol in like much more irresponsible ways, but we don't ban alcohol. And you can consume cake in like very irresponsible ways to like destroy your long-term health. And yet we don't ban cake because we trust most people to engage with these things in a responsible way. And we accept that people have like a freedom to even engage with these things to an extent in an irresponsible way. Like you can gorge yourself on cake and it's not healthy, but like you have the right to do that. And so I think that like when it comes to media that is violent, there's probably like some portion of the population, like a tiny portion, that is going to see violent media and like maybe it makes them more violent. Like I think that those people can hypothetically exist, but I think that the societal cost of restricting speech in such a way to like cater to this narrow group of people is destructive, and it creates these censorship boards that like really suppress freedom of expression and creativity. And so I think that like when we talk about pornography, and this is like how it began with like talking about trans pornography, is there maybe like the occasional person who like looks at like a trans woman on the internet, sees that she's naked, and thinks that like, oh, this means like all trans people are like, or most trans people are comfortable with like being talked to about their genitals or being like, you know, fondled or like, you know, engaged with in a sexual way. Do I think that that person could exist? Yeah, I think that person could exist. But I think that like when you ask people to surround and cater society around this tiny portion of people that might act irresponsibly, what you do is you massively restrict freedom and creativity. And so I think that's the problem here. And I think that like society, you know, I think there are better ways to like discourage people from engaging in like bad behavior than banning art itself. And so like I think having laws against rape and murder and like ways for police to investigate that and giving people the right to self-defense, those are things that discourage people from engaging in rape and murder when they know that they're going to face repercussions either in the self-defense realm or from the government if they engage with it. And so, or, you know, on the trans pornography realm, if you go out and you tell people, I don't think you should sexualize trans women, I don't think you should like fondle trans women, I don't think you should ask them about their genitals, etc. I think that's the appropriate response to seeing people, you know, who might do this thing, not banning the art itself.
Yeah, I mean, we've had plenty of time and plenty of opportunity to study the statistical, like the societal relationship between consumption of mature content, like adults only content, and like the societal impact that it has at large. And I mean, it's been a conservative talking point, you know, like we're rotting our children's brains with like porn and video games and stuff for a very long time now, but the vast majority of the like studies attempting to actually like draw some kind of causal relationship between the two, like there isn't any. You are always going to be able to point to like narrow edge cases where like this person played X amount of video games and they also went on a shooting spree or whatever, but you're not going to be able to, at least like according to the evidence we have so far, you're not going to be able to find any like larger societal trend towards violence based on like the availability of violent video games. Those two aren't related on like a societal level in any way that you'll be able to measure objectively. And so it's all just kind of like fear mongering to say that they're like closely related and that violent video games are like causing this degenerative effect on society or like any of the other topics that we just mentioned. So I don't think the connective tissue's there.
I think one of the problems that minorities have that are affected by adult content, right, is the fetishization of like particular group of people. I think that's a real problem when we talk about like when we talk about adult content. But I don't think there's like I think there's people that like see these groups of people and like see them for like the acts that they do. I think that's a small amount of people, but there is like a fetishization problem that does go on with particular groups, and I think we should like at least acknowledge that.
I sort of disagree. I think that like exposure to, you know, minority groups is ultimately a good thing, and I think that if you were to say like ban pornography with like Black women or trans women in it, I think that that's very dangerous because there's a lot of things that can be categorized as pornography. And I think it'd be a massive like overstepping of the government if you were like looking at like every Black woman's like Instagram and being like, well, is this bikini like too risque to the point where like maybe some people are going to fetishize it? I think it's just like, I mean, I agree that like fetishization can happen. I think maybe I would just say that like the approach to curtailing it is definitely not to ban the content or to like tell people not to produce the content. I think that like the approach is to have like broader discussions about fetishization.
Okay, I just want to say, like, I'm not in any way saying that it should be illegal. Like, I think it's harmful, but like, I think like making it illegal, like, it's just gonna cause like a lot more harm than anything. I guess my advice would just be like letting people know that this is a thing and like discouraging people from doing that. Like, I that's the thing. It's like it's hard because it's like I understand. Like, I don't want to be the person that says to people like, oh, you know, you need to stop doing this, because I understand. Like, I am
are that person.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I completely get it. It's like I know it's an uncomfortable position to be put in, but at the same time, it's like I can't deny that as a transgender woman who's affected by this stuff, I do feel like this is harmful, and I do feel like this is having a negative impact. So I would like to, you know, I guess spread the word and be like, you know, encourage, I guess, like, not that. I it's tricky. I don't know how to properly say this, because it's like, I don't want it to be outright banned, but I'd much prefer if people stop doing it, stop glorifying it. So, I don't know.
I think so I kind of run into a similar issue when we talk about like plastic surgery and things like that, and like body modification, where I do think like too much of it can be harmful to women overall, right? We're already kind of trying to fit into a very narrow expectation for us, which, I mean, to be fair, it's widened in recent decades, but it's still pretty narrow. So I do run into that issue where I feel like we've got this very narrow expectation that we're supposed to fit into, and if we don't fit into it, then you're basically invisible. At the same time, I still think that like bodily autonomy is, like number one, right? And that should be somebody's choice at the end of the day, what they do with their body. But somebody did have a question for you, Rose. They said, they asked, since Rose is anti-genitals before bottom surgery, she says, if you want to see trans people be treated on the same level as cis people, doesn't that mean to acknowledge there are trans women who don't have bottom dysphoria or have those parts and are okay with them?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say I'm like anti-porn altogether. I'm just like super anti like pre-op trans porn. I understand that, like, not like, okay, to me having bottom dysphoria is like such an essential part to me being trans that like I couldn't understand how someone could be trans and not. I'm not saying that those people aren't trans, okay? Before anyone says that, that's not what I'm saying, right? I understand that people can be. It just confuses me because it's like I don't get how someone could feel that, because it's like so. It's always been such a thing for me, and like when it comes to like the definitions of being trans and stuff, it's like you would think that someone who's transgender, a trans woman, would have like a lot of dysphoria and wouldn't want to do these kinds of things. I understand, like, I want trans women to be treated the same as cis women, but that's like saying like I want cis women to be, or trans women to be seen in the same way as cis women. And pre-op trans porn does not view trans women in the same way as cis women. It has people view them completely differently, and that's the problem.
I don't think that's true. I think that like porn sees women in like a myriad of ways, and porn sees trans women in a myriad of ways. Like, it depends really on the specific producer and the specific person in pornography. And like when people choose to present themselves in a certain way, like they're okay with presenting themselves in that way. And so I think that like it depends on the pornography that you're looking at. But like, moreover, like there are trans women and trans men without any dysphoria at all. So like I don't think that like dysphoria is a necessary precondition to be trans in general, much less like a specific kind of dysphoria.
Yeah, I'm a trans medicalist. I do believe that like dysphoria is like pretty necessary, but also it's like it's weird because I believe that, but at the same time I see people who like, dress very feminine and clearly identify as a woman. So it's like I don't know if like putting like, I used to be very clear cut, but I've seen enough examples online, so it's like I don't know exactly if I can like so simply say like who isn't trans. But like I do genuinely believe that it's important to have like a desire to transition, like have hormones, want the surgery, and not always get the surgery, because I understand there's a lot of reasons why someone couldn't be able to do that. I just think that a desire to want to transition and having dysphoria for certain body parts is like pretty like necessary. I mean, I'm not saying you're not trans if you don't have those things, but it's like when it comes to being trans, it's like very important. It's like a huge part of it,
I mean, I think those are huge parts of having gender identity disorder or gender identity dysphoria, is having dysphoria. So like, I just think it's important to recognize that within any group, there's a lot of people who have different feelings on different things. Like, I'm dysphoric about certain aspects of my body, like my height, but I don't think that like if a trans woman is my height and not dysphoric about her height, I don't think that makes her like less trans than me. I think or less dysphoric than me. I think that it maybe means that she has dysphoria about different things. And so I think that like within any group, you have to acknowledge that there's like a variety of differences. And also, not only that, but you can have people who are dysphoric about body parts. For example, like you can be dysphoric about your shoulders and still want to post pictures of yourself on the internet that include your shoulders in them. And I think by, you know, posting pictures of your shoulders, I don't think that people can reasonably assume that, like, one, you're not dysphoric about your shoulders at all, because if you were dysphoric, you would hide them like forever. Or that just because one person is okay with posting their shoulders, that, like, you know, it's okay to like compliment trans women, all trans women, on like how wide their shoulders are. I think that would be like a kind of silly extrapolation from that as well. So I think that, like, you know, however you slice it, you have to recognize that there's just like, there's so much nuance in the conversation, and you can't really label people as like trans or not trans, dysphoric or not dysphoric, based on posting pictures of themselves.
Hold on. So I want to say, first of all, I think I'm a trans woman. I'm super dysphoric about my height as well. Okay. I hate it. I'm like 6'1". I wish I was like 5'1" or something, or maybe like 6 inches shorter. I think height is definitely different from bottom dysphoria though. Like I get that, like some, like there's tall women out there. Some like trans women like being tall, like being models. I like being small and petite. I wish I was. I'm not, sadly. But like, I don't think that that's like, if someone's not dysphoric about their height, that doesn't make, that'd be silly to say that. I think when it comes to bottom dysphoria, I mean, this is like clearly like an aspect of like, you know, being a trans woman. It's much more of a defining aspect than height is. So I think it's a very different thing. Also, I'm not saying that like trans women shouldn't ever post pictures about themselves. Like if a trans woman's posting a picture about herself, she's going to make herself look the most feminine as possible, make her look as comfortable as possible. I'm not saying that like non-passing trans women or like trans women who like are dysphoric shouldn't post pictures of themselves. That's silly. But when it comes to like posting like pre-op parts,
But you
I
are
think
saying
that's
that
a very
if someone
different thing.
posts a picture of their shoulders, you would be able to tell that they're not dysphoric about those shoulders based on your logic about, you know, posting pictures of your genitals, which I think
I
is,
feel like
I think that's a ridiculous standard, because you can be
I feel-
dysphoric about something and still show it online.
I think that's very different though. Like I like having dysphoria over shoulders versus having like bottom dysphoria. Like those are two very different things. Like obviously if you have shoulder dysphoria, you're probably not going to go out of your way to show your shoulders like openly, but if you do, it's like whatever. It's like it's not that big of a deal. But if somebody is a transgender woman and shows those pre-op parts online for the world to see, that is like a very, very
But
different
you
thing.
acknowledge that someone can be dysphoric about a body part and still post pictures of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very unlikely that like someone who's dysphoric about their shoulders is going to show a bunch of pictures about their shoulders and sell them online for money or whatever. That doesn't seem very likely.
But if someone was
but
paying like a $10,000 a month to like see a trans woman's shoulders and she's dysphoric about it, I mean, do you think that like if she posted pictures of her shoulders, that would mean that she's not dysphoric? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, okay, when we're talking about, see, this is where the money part comes in. Like, that just makes me sad, though. Like basically, like making yourself uncomfortable for money. Like, that's just not a position that someone should be put in. Like, that's
You
just
can
so
be
sad to
dysphoric
me.
about something and not be uncomfortable with posting it online. I think that's what I'm trying to hammer home. Is that like you can say I am not a fan of my height or my shoulders or whatever, but there are people who do appreciate that. And I'm grateful that there are people who can appreciate it. And I enjoy like having people, you know, out there who are able to appreciate parts of me that personally I'm not a fan of.
Guys, I just want to say, Portland is Burning has to drop off, but he says that he appreciates hanging with everybody here, and that he'll be on Wix or Death of Certainty's panel on Friday about marijuana at 6 p.m. on Friday. So I'll plug his channel for you guys. So yeah.
Okay,
Bye,
yeah.
Portland.
Might hop off as well then.
Great debate. I guess we're finishing things up here for the most
Yeah.
part, maybe.
Yeah.
Didn't go
I
on
thought it
pretty
was a
long.
nice conversation.
It was fun. Thanks, Stardust.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't expect everyone to join in, but hey, you know, I'm open for surprises.
Okay.
Comments were a sign of doom could be disproven, right? And you're saying, well, they're not finding proof. What they're doing is they're disproving truth claims by others. And so really they're postmodernists. But did they not discover the objective truth? in doing
Well, they're
so?
talking about
Did not
evictionism.
discover? Did he not
Evictionism is so
predict
lame.
when Haley's comet would return, and was he not right in doing so? He did both. He proved an objective truth about the nature of
Okay.
reality, and
Oh,
he
this was
disproved
really
the
fun, guys.
claims
I'm
of the
going
Catholic Church
to
that were not.
I'm gonna head out for the night. It's been lovely. I will stream tomorrow. I'm gonna stream with Dev, so look out for that. Bye, everybody.